Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Chamber for the Special Council meeting of Thursday, June 11th, 2026. Before we call the meeting to order, I'll also would like to just go over a couple housekeeping items. While in chambers, please put your cell phones on silent. When people come to the podium to speak, I'd ask that you take time to adjust the mic so you're speaking clearly into the end of the microphone, as we are live streaming this meeting, and it is will be viewable after on YouTube. So if you could deal with those accordingly, and the same to the council members. Any questions, please make sure we're speaking clearly into our mics. The only other thing I might as well say now is you know, I know this has been a elongated process, but I do ask everyone to respect a quorum in chamber and outbursts from one side to another. I think that's just out of the professionalism and the nature, so that we get through this meeting in the most efficient and respectful way as possible. Thank you. The Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, the Ojibwe, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous peoples, including the historic Métis community in Penetangwisheen. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas of Arama First Nations, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the Williams Treaties First Nations. The Huron-Wendat Nation also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory, and the treaties that bind us together as partners in the spirit of a shared and sustainable and prosperous future. We are all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can move forward together towards reconciliation. Miigwech. We've blocked the meetings into three separate time components. So after, if the chamber is limited with seating and we need more, once the property that you're here to speak to is done at the end of that session, there will be a recess so that people can file out in order to make sure we have room for everyone if necessary. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Greenlaw. Be it resolved that the agenda for the Special Council meeting of Thursday, June 11th, 2026 be received and adopted.
All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. May we have a motion to go past 4 hours if necessary, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that Rule 14.20A, as per the procedural bylaw number 2023-043, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment requirement if necessary.
All in favor? That's carried. I thought somebody might have proposed that, but I'm glad to see you're patient tonight, Council. So, Just for the record, Councillor Schell sends his regrets. Today he's actually attending a conference out of town, so he will be unable to join us this evening. Okay, so we're now at item 4. There is one report to be received from Mr. Spagnol. Would you like to provide comments when ready, sir?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, Council, members of the public, and my colleagues for joining us for this meeting today. The information report that's on the agenda is really a report that's meant to provide some information and context with respect to how we've arrived at the public meeting today. The report goes over to the mayor's point, a long process that has started with an Ontario Land Tribunal process and appeals that were related to the township's official plan and appeals of short-term rental accommodation policies of that official plan. As a result of that process, minutes of settlement had been entered into with between appellants in order to try to settle and establish much needed official plan policies to provide for direction and vision related to short-term resident or short-term accommodations. As a result of those minutes of settlement, there was requirements in the minutes of settlement for the facilitation of a municipally initiated zoning bylaw amendment to rezone 10 properties, to consider rezoning 10 properties for short-term rental accommodation. That is where we land today with this process as it relates to that Ontario Land Tribunal proceeding. The Ontario Land Tribunal proceeding has concluded as a result of those minutes of settlement, and the Ontario Land Tribunal has issued a decision, therefore establishing those official plan policies needed to provide overarching direction with respect to short-term rental accommodation. The rezoning applications that are being considered today relate to only 10 properties, and this is specific to those 10 properties. They do not relate to the township-wide or any properties outside of the 10 specific properties listed in the public meeting agenda. And the purpose of the public meeting is really to obtain comments from the public, from stakeholders, about those specific zoning amendments for those specific properties. As part of this process, this represents one statutory requirement to obtain comments to inform council prior to any consideration of any decisions, so there will not be any decisions made during this meeting. And in addition to that, the comments and information provided through this process are to provide information for staff to be able to arrive at a recommendation for any for these applications and ultimately for the consideration of council at a later date. What members of the public will see in the information report is an outline of a tentative timeline for when you can expect certain matters to be considered. Right now, we are at the June 11th public meeting timeframe. You'll notice in the graphic in the information report, there are a couple of notable milestones. One milestone is a June 24th council meeting and an information report that will summarize all of the comments received through the process so that it forms part of the public record. And then flowing from that, there's a time frame for possibly a recommendation report related to these applications for July 15th. As I noted, the report is there for context and information, and I definitely encourage anybody who's interested in this matter to review the report and submit any questions you have with respect to that report to the Planning Division. That concludes my brief overview of the report, Mayor Greenlaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spagnell. Madam Clerk, could we have a motion to receive, please?
Yes. Moved by Greenlaw. Sorry. Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that DS 2026-075, Brent Spagnell, Director, Development Services, Township initialized site-specific zoning bylaw amendment for 10 properties, application number 2026 ZBA 14 be received.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So I'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? There's none opposed, and that is carried.
Mr. Mayor, before we proceed, if we can call for pecuniary interest. Please.
Okay, sorry, did I miss that? My apologies. Does anyone have a pecuniary interest to disclose at this time? Seeing none, if anyone finds that they are in that situation at the time, please declare and we can deal with it at that time. Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so we're now going to enter into the public meeting, and I'll just provide an overview of the process. So I will briefly summarize the procedures to be utilized during the meeting. The 10 properties that are subject to the application have been broken down into 3 blocks with 3 separate time slots to accommodate the members of the public who wish to address council. The staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the application, provide any relevant information, note any correspondence that has been received to date, and will make brief presentations on each of the properties in excuse me, in the particular grouping. After the presentation, any members of the public that have registered to speak or registered to provide comments or are in the audience will be given an opportunity to speak to the application being considered. I will mention that the municipal address of the property and invite those that wish to speak to that property. We will go in the order that is outlined in the public notice. Please note that the members of the public will be permitted to speak only once at one of the 3 time slots. The clerk will advise council of those that have registered, and finally staff will confirm if any further correspondence has been received during the public meeting. There will be a similar statement read at the start of each scheduled public meeting time slot. After the meeting, I will ask excuse me, members of the public not planning to address council in the next time slot to leave so that members of the public can come in. Now, if the chamber's not full, you are welcome to stay for all 3 meetings. And finally, I'd just like to thank everyone for attending this and for your attendance and the cooperation.
And Mr. Mayor, we do have live stream on the township
YouTube, yeah. So
channel.
like if we do fill up and you do leave, you can log on to view the meeting in progress for the remainder of the evening at your home address, or it does not be your home address, wherever you can log on and watch. So so the first application is 2026 ZBA 14. This public meeting is held in accordance with the provision of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment application submitted by the Township of Oro-Medonte on the lands municipally known as 2192 Town Line, 4598 Line 5 North, and 4524 Line 5 North. Please be advised that this meeting is being digitally recorded for the purpose of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff and requested agencies will council make a decision on the zoning bylaw amendment application. Madam Clerk, has there been any correspondence received?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. For the 3 p.m. time slot, the following correspondence was received for 2192 Town Line, 4598 Line 5 North, 4524 Line 5 North, as well as any general comments. Township of Oro-Medonte Billing Division, dated May 22nd, 2026. John Crawford, dated May 26th and June 11th, 2026. Enbridge Gas, dated May 27, 2026. Nora Hoyer, dated June 2nd, 2026. Susan Dennis, dated June 9th, 2026. Bryn Presnell, dated June 10th, 2026. KD Presnell, dated June 10th, 2026.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I will now be turning the meeting over to Brent Spagnell, Director of Development Services, who will provide a general overview of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment based on his report and the agenda, followed by Andy Karaskaskis, Manager Planning Services, who will explain the purpose and effect of the zoning bylaw amendment application for each property. Mr. Spagnell.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. So once again, just to reiterate, the public meeting and the purpose of the public meeting is to provide an opportunity for residents to provide comment. That goes along with stakeholders with respect to the specific zoning amendments that are proposed to be applied to the properties. The public meeting is only tying to 10 properties and is not related to any properties outside of those 10 properties. And as it relates to this meeting, there will be no decision rendered by council. The purpose of the slide up in the screen is really to show that there's various instruments and legislative tools that the township has available to manage short-term rental accommodations. There's the Planning Act, the Municipal Act, which transfers into the use of a licensing bylaw. For the purposes of this meeting, we will be focusing on a zoning bylaw amendment, so looking at zoning instruments needed to regulate short-term rental accommodations, and that will be the focus, again, as part of this meeting as it relates to these specific 10 properties and 3 properties within this block. The zoning that's being considered through this process really looks to allow for and permit short-term residential accommodations as a secondary use to dwelling units. One of the provisions that is proposed would allow for, again, a short-term rental accommodation as a secondary use and apply parking provisions to limit or to make sure that there's parking requirements available for 1 parking space per bedroom used for the short-term residential accommodation use. So that would be one aspect of the zoning that's being considered for these 3 properties and the 10 properties as a whole. As part of the zoning bylaw, the draft bylaw that was circulated to residents, there's also a definition of what a short-term rental accommodation is. And generally speaking, that would be any dwelling that is rented for short-term rental accommodation less than 28 days. This, and again, that would be as a secondary use to the main residential use of the dwelling unit. This would not include a bed and breakfast establishment, would not include a motel, would not include a hotel, hospital, boarding, lodging, or rooming house. Again, the key is that this short-term rental accommodation would be a secondary use to the residential use on the property, so a secondary use to the house. Secondary use would be defined through this bylaw as a use that's secondary to the principal use on the property, in the area of the property that the secondary use occupies, and or the number of days that the secondary use occupies the property. So I think here it's important to clarify, and I mentioned earlier about the tie-in between zoning bylaw instruments or Planning Act instruments and Municipal Act instruments. What residents will see through the township's framework is there will be needed updates to the draft licensing bylaw to regulate the frequency of use, to define and hone in on what can be considered a secondary use. That report, members of the public can expect to come forward in June of this year. So I believe it's June 24th as well. And that will actually specify the frequency and what would be considered as a secondary use with that implementing licensing bylaw. But that's a separate process from this process here. Today, we're just dealing with the specific land use under the Planning Act. This map just shows the location of the properties from a township perspective, just generally as to where they're located. I can see that it's tough to see. However, the slideshow, you will see that we do hone in with some more specific mapping to hone in on the specific properties. I'll now turn it over to my colleagues to continue on with the property descriptions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Spagno. The 3 properties that are subject of the 3 o'clock public meetings are properties located in the northern part of the municipality, located at 2192 Town Line, in the northeast part of the municipality, at 4598 Line 5 North and 4524 Line 5 North, which are the 2 properties located north of Highway 400 and south of Moonstone Road West. First property that is the subject of this time slot is located at 2192 Town Line. The subject property is located on the west side of Town Line, south of Foxmead Road, and is currently designated agricultural and green lands in the township's official plan, and is zoned agricultural, rural, and environmental protection in the township zoning bylaw, and is currently being used for residential purposes. The image on the left of the screen shows an aerial view of the subject property, which is outlined in red. Council and public will note that the surrounding context is mostly composed of natural heritage features, woodlands, and rural and agricultural properties. The image on the right of the screen shows the frontage of the subject property viewed from Town Line Road, with the public notice sign erected in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. few more images here show the surrounding context of the subject property. So the image on the right shows a view of the dwelling, which is set back from the road, which is also located behind extensive mature vegetation along the frontage of Town Line. And Mr. Chair, that concludes the overview of the subject property and the surrounding context. That is the subject of this particular public meeting. The purpose of this property here is to receive comments from the public. Again, no decision will be made regarding the status of this property and the application, and any subsequent reports will be prepared as per Director Spagnol's staff report, which also forms part of this public agenda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karaskakis, and thank you very much also, Mr. Spagnol. Council members, do you have any comments or questions for staff at this time? Seeing none, I will now ask Township staff to advise of those who, from the public via Zoom or in person, that have registered to speak to this application. We will hear from each person that has registered to speak. Madam Clerk, have you received any registrations to speak on this matter?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We have 3 people registered for the 3 p.m. time slot. Nora Hoyer, John Crawford, and Senti Raza.
Okay, so in that order, if would Miss Neuer first would like to come to the mic, please adjust the mic so you're speaking directly into it, and state your name and the address of the property that you are speaking in regards to, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Nora Hoyer. I am here to speak to all 10 properties. Is there a time limit?
No, we don't put a time limit on it, but you know, as long as we state to the facts, and we're not here to relitigate how we got here. What we're speaking to at this time, preferably, is the property that that's on the first slot of the agenda.
I understand. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I am here to speak to all 10 of them.
Okay, well, I'll give some leniency, but if we allow this to everybody, we'll be here till sometime early in the morning. This is the process of the public meeting. Is the application of each property is looked at individually, and how that property is affecting or directly affecting you or the community or neighborhood you live in.
If I may, I'll just give my 2-page summary then.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, and staff, I'm a resident and taxpayer of Oro-Medonte. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today, and I appreciate that you have made the opportunity for the public to participate in this process. I'm not an immediate neighbor of any of the 10 properties that are the subject of today's meetings, but I do have a personal history with short-term rental accommodations. I lived next door to one for 3 years. My next door neighbors are renting long-term at this time, but who knows when the lure of $1,500 a night may entice them to rent short-term again. Will I again have to worry about noise, garbage, parking, fires, confrontation, and the like? Just so the public gathered here today is aware, I have submitted a 9-page reasoning of why I believe the township should not grant the 3 zoning bylaw amendments on behalf of the 10 STRA property owners and operators. That's outlined in the 3 proposed amendment documents, specifically items 3, 4, and 5 of each proposal. I'm going to call them the 10 amendments from now on. I'd like to publicly thank the various people who helped me put this document together. You know who you are. Thank you. So I'll summarize what I said in that 9-page document. First and foremost, the township has fulfilled its contractual obligation, that is, the obligation referred to in the minutes of settlement of the latest appeal, by initiating these 10 amendments. The township is now at liberty to deny these 10 amendments. Any one of the 5 reasons I discussed in my written submission would be reason enough for refusing these 10 amendments. First, the township sets a dangerous precedent in initiating any zoning bylaw amendment in that it opens the door for anyone to ask the township to initiate any zoning bylaw amendment, either directly or indirectly by way of a minutes of settlement or order arising out of a court or OLT proceeding. And for anything, not just STRAs, a restaurant on the corner, a convenience store in the neighborhood, anything. 2, the township and its council loses public confidence when it appears to favor 10 property owners over all others, and when township processes appear to be manipulated by a few for the benefit of a few. All residents should be treated fairly. Governments should be transparent and accountable. 3, the property owners are not providing any information about their properties, nor how their zoning bylaw amendments meet the 8 criteria set out in the official plan. In fact, the first 3 criteria are not met. The intent of the new official plan is not met. The use does generate conflicting land use impact with the surrounding land use, and STRA use is not consistent with and does not maintain the character of the surrounding area. 4, these 10 amendments should be reapplied for by the individual property owners in accordance with the new official plan as amended and approved by the OLT, the Ontario Land Tribunal. Number 5, no matter who applied for these zoning bylaw amendments or who applies for zoning bylaw amendments in the future, the test of compatibility of STRAs in residential zones should be applied. I refer to items number 2 and 3 of the 8 criteria set out in the official plan. There are, or ought to be, a large number of emails, phone calls, complaint forms, etc. at township offices and the OPP. These records need to be made available to all council members so that fully enlightened decisions can be made. These records are key to determining that STRA use is not compatible with a residential zone. I respectfully submit that all 10 amendments should therefore be denied. I realize no decision will be made today, but I would like to be notified of a decision when it is done. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just because I apologize, did you state your name at the beginning?
I did. It's Nora Hoyer.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's just so that's on the public record. And thank you for your time and for your comments. Madam Clerk, could you call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Mr. John Crawford.
Not sure if that's good enough or not. So again, John Crawford, I'm here to speak to 2192 Town Line Road. So your worship, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Again, my name's John Crawford. I live at 2184 Town Line Road, directly beside 2192 Town Line. I'm here to state my opposition to proposed short-term rental at that address based on direct and repeated impacts this property has had on our land, our privacy, and our family's peaceful use of our home. So just to reference some dates, June 30th, 2015, individuals hired by the property owner entered our property during tree clearing activities, used it as a toilet, leaving behind human waste, garbage. We were left to clean up the hazardous, disrespectful mess ourselves. This raised serious concern about sanitation, safety, level of disregard that was shown to our property boundaries. Further issues occurred during construction to expand the home to a short-term rental. That was back September 7th, 2018. The construction continued past midnight. They were using loud powered travelers to finish the concrete. Despite my request for the work to stop due to upcoming shift that I had, the disturbance continued, directly affecting our ability to rest at night. Another date, April 13th, 2021, a visitor or guest from 2192 Town Line Road was observed walking back across our property and then along the north side. Just as a reference, 2192 is on the south side of our property and the people were walking on the north side of our property. So again, repeated land intrusions have compromised our privacy and our sense of security. So taken together with the incidents show a clear and ongoing pattern. The property owner has not demonstrated the ability to manage workers, guests, or visitors in a way that respects neighboring properties. If the owner has been unable to control these behaviors in the past, it raises serious concerns to me and my family about how they could be trusted to manage and increase the volume of people that would come with a formal short-term rental. So I respectfully ask council to consider these documented impacts to prioritize the rights and privacy, safety, and our quiet enjoyment of our own property. For these reasons, I do not support the approval of a short-term rental at 2192 Town Line Road. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crawford. And just so council knows, if there's any questions of clarity that you need from any of the presentations, just put your card up and we can deal with them after each speaker. So, Madam Clerk, could you call the third speaker that's registered, please?
Yes, the next speaker is Santi Rasa.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to I type it up and not going to be voice. My name is Santi Raja. I live in Oro-Medonte. I'm talking about all 10 properties because I don't want to come back every meetings and talk about each one of them. Thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding the proposed site-specific zoning bylaw amendment for the 10 short-term rental properties before council. At the outset, I want to make clear that my comments are not directed to the individual property owners. They are directed to the process being used, to the implication of the fairness and consistency and the public confidence of municipal decision making. Because there is a 10 separate zoning application, I would ask my comments to be used on all 10 of them. The township advised these 10 applications arise from the settlement reached during the Ontario Land Tribunal proceeding that is publicly described as the township agreed to initiate, facilitate, and consider site-specific zoning approvals for those 10 properties, part of the resolving the appeal. My concern is that process appears to be provide unique opportunity to a small group of property owners that has not been made available to other property owners in similar situation. The fundamental question before council is not whether short-term rentals should or should not exist. The question is whether all property owners are being treated fairly and consistently under the planning process. If these 10 properties are suitable for consideration through township-initiated zoning amendments, then many residents will reasonably ask why the same opportunity is not being provided to other existing short-term rentals. Council has often emphasized the importance of transparency, accountability, and equal treatment. Public confidence depends upon residents believing that municipal processes are applied consistently and that no group receives special treatment unavailable to others. Another concern related to status existing short-term rentals throughout the township. There has appeared to be considerable uncertainty regarding the rights of operators who established short-term rentals before the township's new framework was developed. Residents deserve clear answers regarding whether such a users may continue, whether legal non-conforming rights may exist, what transition provision will apply, and how enforcement will happen. Without a clear direction, the public left with confusion, speculation. That uncertainty is not beneficial for residents, property owners, neighbors, or the township itself. I would respectfully request council and staff to clearly explain And the township has stated that these 10 applications arise from settlement reached during OLT appeal process. What planning principle justifies the township initiating and zoning approvals for these 10 properties owners while not extending the same opportunity to all other property owners who may be in a similar situation? Where the approval for these properties will establish standards for the future applications. What the township's role in regarding existing short-term rental that operated prior to the implementation of the new framework. I would also encourage council to consider whether in-depth and township-wide review and application and policy would better serve the public interest than proceeding with limited number of site-specific applications rising from the settlement agreement. The public should be able to understand not only what decision is being made, but why it is being made and how it applies to equally to everyone. Regardless of the outcome of these applications, I believe residents deserve process that is transparent, equitable, and grounded to the sound planning principle. My questions are, there's only a few of them. Can these 10 properties continue to operate prior to the zoning change and being licensed? Has the township obtained legal advice regarding potential claims unequal treatment? Will council commit publicly clarifying status of all existing short-term rentals before adopting the final licensing framework? What total project cost being funded from by the taxpayers from the township initiating the rezoning of all 10 properties? What was the net saving for the township reaching a settlement that gave preferential treatment? I did a typo, say 19, but it's a 10. Treatment to 10 property owners that were not offered to all. My concern is not whether these 10 applications succeed or fail. My concern is whether every resident of Oro-Medonte can have confidence that the same planning rules and process will apply to equally to everyone. Thank you very much.
Sorry, thank you very much. I didn't have my mic on. Madam Clerk, that's the 3 that have registered. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to the property that is before us now, which is 2192 Town Line? Yes, madam, please come up and adjust the mic and state your name and proceed, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me come up and address the only one relevant comment that was given by John Crawford. I would like to address all 3 of the objections because I find them rather humorous. 2015, I wasn't even doing Airbnb or short-term rental, so I don't know where somebody walking on the property...
Sorry, you have to state your name. I apologize. At the beginning, if you can just state your name.
Sorry, Candy Wood. I'm the owner of 2192 Town Line.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wood.
As to people walking on the back of the property, I have no idea how that might have happened other than both he and I do back onto Simcoe County Forest. I constantly have people walking over the fences there coming onto my land. So that's the only suggestion I could think of that why he would have people defecating and leaving garbage there. So I ask that that be not taken into consideration when you are doing what you do to determine whether or not my property can be rezoned. The objection of, I think it was 2019 when I put the addition on and we poured the slab. It was in August. It was a freak weather day. And those of you who are in the building area, you know very well when you pour concrete, you have to have a certain amount of time before you trowel it. The people were there to trowel. They couldn't because we had a big dip in temperature. They only were able to start troweling at 8 o'clock at night. I knew this was going to be a problem for you up on the hill. I had no control over that. The troweler tried to reason with him. He shot profanity down from the top of the hill at all of us. Yes, it went on till 1 in the morning. And finally I said to the troweler, we have to stop. And my slab was not properly troweled. But there we are. So I had no control over that. It had nothing to do with a short-term rental. It had to do with an addition being put on the house. So I ask you to strike that too. April 13th, 2021, yes, I was doing my short-term rental then. I do believe there was a visitor I had who got lost and took a wrong turn on my trails and may have gone across your property. Why you didn't come to me and address that with me, I don't know. So the person who was staying with me at the time did come back and say, I got lost and I ended up on the Foxmead Road. There's not much I can do about that. Those are only three things to go against me. Two of them nothing to do with my operating as a short-term rental. I'm on 41 acres. I am the furthest thing from a party house or a problem house. I could get into all the conflict we've had over 20 years, which doesn't seem to be able to be resolved for whatever reason, but that's not what we're here to do today. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Wood.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in chamber that would like to speak to 2192 Town Line? Seeing none. Oh, sorry. Yeah, please come to the.
Okay. My name is Barbara Foster, and I'm a resident of Oro-Medonte. I don't believe that many of these people in the short-term rentals were actually told that this was against our bylaws. I don't see where you're upholding, where Mr. Crawford has got people coming onto his property, where people are not having the proper septic systems. You're not responding to complaints that we put in about short-term rentals. They just go ignored. We are a residential area. I can see we're up in Horseshoe Valley or,
Ms. Foster,
Yeah.
and I appreciate your concern and passion, but this process is to deal with specific properties one at a time as part, and this is very similar, like an appendage of the DSC meetings. This is the public hearing component where we're here to address individuals' concerns on a property by property basis.
Right, but what have you done about Mr. Crawford's?
That's not what we're here to discuss, though.
It is.
At
You're saying that you have properties that you've identified and that you've put forward, that in the past you have not responded to people like Mr. Crawford and other people that have called in about these short-term rentals.
Okay,
You do nothing.
We are where we are, and we're now trying to find out, as we have been for the last 9 years, a solution to this concern.
You've never even told the people that are running them that they're not allowed to do that. My neighbor has no idea that it is against the bylaws of this township.
Yes. Ms. Foster, I'm just asking you, do you have a concern with 2192 personally yourself on what is going on in that property? That's what we're here to discuss, a zoning
and I'm
amendment.
saying, like Mr. Crawford has
Okay.
mentioned, that this has been ongoing.
Okay, Ms. Foster, no, please, let me speak. I'm chairing the meeting, okay? We are going to deal with the concerns, and we'll come back with an information report. This is a process. Nobody's been given the right to operate a short-term rental under a zoning amendment that will be required now that our OP is finalized. So I ask you respectfully to stick to the process that this meeting's built on and speak to this property itself. Other than that, then I don't want to relitigate the process over the last 9 years. That's not what we're here tonight to deal with.
Well, I'm just saying that you're not enforcing the bylaws.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the gallery that would like to speak to this? Seeing none, I will now ask planning staff if any additional correspondence has been received during the meeting. Yes, you have to come to the mic and, but I still need, just because this meeting's being streamed, you have to give your name, please.
Diana Wells. I have a question. I sent in a letter on June 8th, and it wasn't mentioned.
In relation to this property
To all
specific?
10.
Well,
But she mentioned the other one. I just want to make
Yeah.
sure it came in, that's all.
I know I did receive your letter. I did read it. And it will
Your-
be, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Your name is on the list, but it's further down here. Yep. My apologies, Mr. Mayor.
No, that's fine. You're here to help me through this, and we're a team, remember that. So we received any other information during the meeting?
Mr. Mayor, nothing further has been received for the property located at 2192
To town line?
Town Line.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Are there any final comments or questions from council or staff? Seeing none. Does staff wish to respond or make any final comments at this time?
Mayor Greenlaw, I think I'd just like to reiterate that that the comments that are received through this meeting will be compiled and will be included in an information report on June 24th. And that will be specifically just to document and make sure that comments are received as part of the record. So anything that has been submitted via written comment or through email or through this process will be recorded and documented and provided for in that information report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spagnuolo. Okay, so this completes the application process and closes this meeting. Council wishes to thank all those in attendance for their participation through either your submissions or written comments or your oral comments during the meeting. All comments received will be considered by staff, and a follow-up information report will come forward to council on June 24th, 2026.
Mayor Greenlaw, if I
Yes.
could just interject, we still have a couple more properties that we need to go over with respect to this component. So there would be 4598
sorry.
Line
No,
5 North. And
I
we'll
was trying to
continue on.
package it all up because everyone was packaging everything up for me, so no, I'm just kidding you. Okay, no, we'll go to the second one I see. It's just that it's built on the sheet at the bottom of each one. So, okay, that's fine. Okay, so we'll move to the second application. This is 2026 ZBA 14, 6 Cook Lane. This public meeting is being held in accordance with the provision.
No, Mr. Mayor, the next item is 4598 Line 5 North. And then that will be followed by 4524 Line 5 North,
My apologies. Okay, thank you.
in the first grouping of 3
Yeah.
o'clock.
This public meeting is held in accordance with the provision of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to zoning bylaw application. So we can go read to the comments now. I don't
That
think we
is
need to
correct,
go through
Mr.
it.
Mayor, you have
Perfect.
already read the process.
Okay, so we're now dealing with 4598 Line 5 North. Madam Clerk, have we received anyone registered to speak to this property?
Mr. Mayor, we have one registered, Brad Skillen. Would you like to hear the comments, who has registered, or not registered, but read the correspondence first?
Is that what's they've
I
asked?
could.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's fine.
Okay, all right. So the correspondence received for the 4:45 PM. No, sorry. I believe that we've read them all. for the 3 p.m. So there's nobody else registered for, we have the 3 for the 3 p.m. timeline. They've all spoken. There's nobody else.
There's nobody else registered for the other 2 properties?
No.
Okay.
No, it was just general.
Okay.
Yep.
Is there anyone in chamber? So will we still have to go through each application? Brent, do you want to present each application?
Mayor Greenlaw, thank you. Staff will go through just the property specifics of 4598 Line 5 North, and then we'll continue on. Then at that point, there will be opportunity for members in the gallery to provide comment, and then once that's, when we'll move on to the next property, and staff will provide that presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Spagnol. Second application on the 3 p.m. time slot is for a property located at 4598 Line 5 North, which is a property located on the west side of Line 5 North, south of Mount St. Louis Road West. The subject property is designated agricultural in the township's official plan and is designated agricultural rural exception 96 in the township's zoning bylaw, and it's currently being used for residential purposes. The image on the left side of the screen shows an aerial photo of the subject property, which is outlined in red. Noted that the property is an L-shaped with the existing dwelling located at the rear of the subject property, with a driveway extending through a wooded feature which is located central of the property. The image on the right shows the public notice sign which has been installed in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, and the existing driveway which comes off of Line 5 North, which provides access to the dwelling at the rear of the property. The surrounding land uses of the subject property consist of mostly residential properties. The 2 images on the screen shows views of the abutting properties. So the image on the left shows the image of the property located to the south of the subject lands, and the image on the right shows views of the abutting property located to the north of the subject property. Mr. Mayor, that concludes the overview of the subject property and the surrounding context of the property. Again, the purpose is to provide, is to receive comments from the public, and no decision will be made regarding this specific property. Mr. Mayor, if there's any comments from the public on this one.
Sorry. Just want to make sure there's no questions from members of council to staff before we move on. Okay. Sorry. Deputy Mayor Lavoie?
Yes, please. Thank you. Do you have an approximate acreage for that property?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Deputy Mayor, right off the top of my head, I'm not too sure, but I can provide that for you.
Okay. Okay, so Madam Clerk, there is no one registered for this, so I'll now ask anybody in chamber who would like to speak to 4598 Line 5 North. Please come to the mic, adjust it so you're speaking in the end, and just state your name, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Jeff Hunniset. I live at 4598 Line 5 North, along with my spouse and our dog named Oro, which I submit to you tells you all you need to know. My neighbors on this part of Line 5 include my elder brother, my younger brother, 4 nieces, 1 nephew, and my older sister who is here today as well, who will be speaking after me. Our family has been on Line 5 since the early 1970s, and we are seeking this zoning to continue offering short-term rentals in compliance with the licensing regime that's being proposed and avoiding any further litigation with the township. I think, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned this earlier, we all just want to put this behind us and move on in accordance with a reasonable regime that everybody can agree to, that puts reasonable limits on everybody involved, And I have serious concern listening to some of what I've heard here earlier, that baby out with the bathwater approach is being taken here. And as I'm about to submit, these things are not all created equal, and they cannot all be tarred with the same brush. So as you will have seen from the P shape, and I think I can answer Councillor Lavoie's question, it's just under 4 acres is the property size. I think it's 3.78 or something. As you can see from the way the house is situated on the lot, it is far back. We are not near the road, and we are quite far from our neighbors. And what you can't really tell from that overhead GIS photo is that there's a lot more vegetation there than it looks like. And our neighbors are in our front yard. Behind us is 85 acres that I co-own with my siblings. So it's effectively, it's like a farmhouse. So I think that's very important context. And I'm about to speak in a minute about the type of renters we tend to have. So again, just going a bit more on my background, like I am not some carpetbagger from Toronto. I grew up in Oro-Medonte. I went to public school in Moonstone. One of my best friends works at the township. I went to high school in Aurelia. So I'm not just a remote operator that is up on occasion. That is not this. We started doing short-term rentals occasionally in 2022. And because of where we are in the township, by far the primary interest is skiers. And it's skiers with kids. And I can tell you, they don't stay up late because they want to get up early and go to Mount St. Louis Moonstone before the crowds show up. And that's just the nature of what the type of tenant is. Now, to the extent there's any demand in the summer, which on our side of the township, being nowhere near a water feature, is certainly low, all of the recreational, patio type areas in our property are toward the back. They simply don't face our neighbors. Our neighbors back onto us, but we don't really back onto them. So it's a geography that doesn't lend itself to nuisance. As I say, the primary interest is skiers with kids. They're early to bed. There is not an outside noise issue. We have strict rules regarding noise, but have never had any occasion to enforce them. It's compliant with the bylaw, no noise after 10. After 11, but to my knowledge, everybody is like sound asleep by that point in any event. We have occupancy limits of 2 per bedroom. We only rent occasionally, and it helps provide some cost recovery. There's absolutely no issue with parking. You can see how long the driveway is. Like we could park 100 cars and the neighbors, nobody around would even know. But in any event, we would limit it to a certain number per bedroom, whatever the licensing regime specifies. We have no concerns with that. There's no issues with traffic. There's no issues with garbage. We have the proper insurance. And as I understand it, the licensing regime is going to impose some additional requirements to be able to do this. So the zoning, as I think everybody sitting before me understands, like that is not carte blanche to do what you want. That does not mean that you can suddenly do it. There is going to be an additional layer of protection that has not, up to this point, been imposed, and that will provide a whole bunch of new levers for ensuring that people are just not providing a problem for their neighbors. We have never had a complaint, ever. I've not even heard secondhand any complaints. I've never seen bylaw anywhere near. We've never had any damage. We are extremely discerning with who would rent this house. We have done a lot of work to this house. I grew up in this house. I jokingly refer to it as my retirement home. That is the plan. And the last thing I would want is for the benefit of a few $100s for somebody staying over for a weekend to go skiing, that they would cause any harm to this. And that is important, because when you take ownership of what you have and you don't want it damaged, it invites a type of person to come there and to stay that just simply don't impose problems on anybody else around. So I guess to conclude, I actually wasn't expecting to speak today, although I learned midday that I ought to. It has been the goal of the township, as we know, for many years to boost tourism. Various staff reports have identified, particularly on that side of the township, there is zero accommodation. Horseshoe Valley is less busy than Mount St. Louis, and it has 2 hotels there. So the traffic just around going back and forth to the city is just astronomical. Every single one of those people that does not stay overnight on a Friday or a Saturday is not doing things like, going to Quail's, going to Veta, shopping at the local grocery stores, etc. They're just in at 8 o'clock in the morning and back at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Allowing inconspicuous short-term rentals to continue to operate by responsible homeowners who have a long history in the community, literally many decades, and care deeply about our township is a boon to the community, and it's a boon to local businesses, and we respectfully submit that this should be reflecting in the zoning. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there anyone else in the gallery that would like to speak to this property?
Mr. Mayor, could I also ask if anyone has spoken and have notes that they would like to submit, that they can do that as well?
So everyone's heard the clerk. If you have notes or anything that you'd like to submit after to be part of the record of the meeting, please do share them with the clerk. Whether you scan them and email them after or leave any now, that would be okay. Sorry. Mr. Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Jeff, if I can call you by your first name, can you go back to the mic there? I just want to ask you for a couple of questions, just for clarification purposes. Okay, if I heard you right, you said your brother lives next door to you, which would be south, is that correct? Or did I not hear you properly?
Yes, but because we own that plot that's behind the P, everybody lives next door to that other piece of property. So my older brother lives at 4510 down the hill. Sorry, that's my younger brother. My older brother is the next 100-acre parcel down, and he is a local vet and has been in the area for since the 80s.
Okay, I know what you're talking about, where you're talking about. So you don't reside there yourself, eh? Is that what I heard you? It's a short-term rental. You don't reside there yourself?
No, it's occasionally used for short-term rental.
Occasionally. So just want to understand this, you don't reside there on a permanent basis?
It's a second home, but it's an every weekend home pretty much.
I'm sorry, it's every weekend it's short-term rental?
No, every weekend. Like short-term rental it's so occasional that we're talking about like a single-digit number of times per year.
Okay.
And the rest of the time, generally, we are there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm asking one last time if anyone in the audience wants to speak to this specific property. Seeing none, then I'll ask planning staff if we received any other additional correspondence regarding this item for this property during the meeting.
No, Mr. Mayor, nothing further has been received for this particular property.
Okay. No comments or questions from staff or council. And staff, is there any final comments you want in regards to this, or at this time? None? Then we will move on to the third property in this time slot, which is 4524 line 5 north. Andy, would you like to present this property, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The last property in this 3 o'clock time slot is for a property located at 4524 line 5 north, located south of Moonstone Road, west side of line 5 north. The subject property is designated agricultural, and the township's official plan is zoned agricultural rural in the township zoning bylaw and is currently being used for residential purposes. The aerial image on the screen shows the surrounding properties being used for residential purposes. And the image on the right shows the public notice sign installed in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the existing residential dwelling that is located at the rear of the property. And the image also shows the views of the subject property as viewed from line 5 north. The images on the screen here show the views of the abutting properties located to the north and south of the subject property, which is comprised of large mature vegetation. And Mr. Mayor, that concludes a high overview of the subject property. And again, no decisions are to be made for this particular property. And the purpose is just to receive comments from the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karaskakis. Council members, any questions for staff at this time? Seeing none, then we'll move right to the clerk. Madam Clerk, is there anyone registered to speak to this specific property? I believe you said no.
No, Mr. Mayor, there isn't.
Okay. Is there anyone in council chamber that would like to speak to this property? Yes, ma'am, if you could come, just state your name and the property you're speaking to and continue on when ready, please.
Jeff is much taller than I am. Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'd like to respectfully submit to you some remarks in support of my application to continue operating a short-term rental at
Sorry,
my property.
could you just state your name?
Oh, I apologize, sorry.
No, it's no problem.
My name is Margot Hunnasett, and I am the owner of 4524 Line 5 North.
Thank you very much.
So I would like to submit these remarks as my application to continue operating a short-term rental on my property, as I have been for the past 3 years. You just heard from my brother, Jeff Hunnasett, who has stated some of the facts that I will repeat to you, because our family has been on Line 5, in fact, back when it was the 5th concession of Medonte, for over half a century now, so it's over 50 years. My roots in the community run deep, and my commitment to it as well. The reason I built the property is because, like Jeff, I would like to retire there. I'm not able to at this point in time, but I spend as much time at the property as I can. Come Thursday night, I'm ready to come home. I've invested heavily in the property, and you know, my commitment to my family, my friends, my neighbors is paramount. My reputation is on the line. When you have a short-term rental, I understand that people have grave concerns about its potential impact on them. I'm very happy to tell you that none of my neighbors have ever had a concern with the operation of my short-term rental. I have lovely, respectful people who I typically rent to a very small number. Similar to Jeff, it's single digits, so I don't do it very often. The people who do come to my guests who do come are here primarily to ski at Mount St. Louis Moonstone, as he mentioned to you. They very often have kids. They want to teach their kids to ski there. And because there is no accommodation in the area, they're able to stay overnight. And, you know, they come for what makes the area special, to do that skiing, enjoy being outdoors. They, during their stay, they support our local businesses. You know, they buy their supplies at the local food land. They go to Quails. They go to the Veta Nordic Spa. Sometimes they'll, you know, I'll suggest to them, they ask for places in the area of where they can go. So they go to eat at Braystone, or they go to the Crazy Horse, and they just enjoy themselves for a weekend where they can go skiing, enjoy the great outdoors, come back to the house to make some chili, and go to bed early. And that's pretty much the defines how the weekends are spent. But, you know, because Havenwood, as I call it, allows them to stay for 2 days rather than just coming up for a day, they are able to frequent our local businesses. And as a result, they contribute to the economic vitality of our community. They're very responsible, respectful people. I select them very carefully. I've invested in my home. significantly, and it's very important to me. I have a vested interest in ensuring it's kept, respectfully and in excellent condition. I also have a vested interest in having a very good relationship with my neighbors. So I don't intend to put any of that at risk ever. I have not previously, and I certainly don't intend to in the future. So I think, again, my brother's remarks spoke more generally about our connection to the community and our presence on Line 5. So I won't repeat that, but I will tell you that again, this property has been operating as a short-term rental for 3 years now, and we've certainly never had a problem, and we won't in future. So I thank you for the opportunity, and I invite any questions that you might have.
Okay. Thank you very much. Council, is there any questions of clarity at this time? Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Again, same question that I asked your brother. I believe it is. Do you reside there yourself, or?
So I don't reside there full time, but I reside as he does, several days per week, every week. Yes.
Okay, that's all I had to ask you. So.
Also, I think there was a question about sort of amenities, and I would say that on my property in particular, there are no outdoor amenities. There's nothing to, there's no lake to go to, there's no beach to go to, there's nothing like that. It's really all about somewhere to sleep so that you can go to the local resort. So just to clarify.
Thank you. If I may continue.
Supplemental, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I drove down Jeff's place, 4598 there, and I understand that's way back in there. It's isolated pretty well. Yeah. How is your property? Is it pretty much isolated as well? I can see a bit of a driveway here.
It's set back. It is set back from the road, and then it's surrounded by, there's a forest to the north side.
Yes.
And then it backs straight on to the farm property.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So is there anybody else in chamber that would like to speak to 4524 Line 5 North? Seeing none, has there been anything, additional correspondence received during the meeting, Mr. Karaiskakis?
No, Mr. Mayor, nothing further has been received for this property.
Okay, so are there any final comments from members of council or staff in regards to this property? Okay, seeing none, so that concludes the three properties. So this will complete the application process for this session of three. Sorry, there's could you come to the mic, just state your name and ask the question then, please?
My name is Eva Pellet. I just have a question. So the properties that are zoned agricultural rural, how is it that they have residential accommodations on those other than like a farmhouse? So in the one screenshot, it seemed like there were lots that were bordering the one property. And so my question is regarding agricultural and whether that would be a tipping point because they are so far back or so far removed compared to a, for example, right beside another house.
That would be more of a planning question that I'll defer to Director Spagnell or Mr.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. The staff will be reviewing the official plan policies that were brought in place recently, and a number of those considerations with respect to community character, impacts, things like that would be considered through the review of those official plan policies. So that component of whatever recommendation staff comes forward with would really be based on the review of each property and the ability of the properties to meet the policies that are in the official plan, which considers things such as the agricultural area, the impact of the use to the surrounding area, those types of things. So at this point, through the public meeting process, there wouldn't be any review in that light, but there would be a subsequent staff report that would cover how the policies are met, which considers community character, which I think is what's being referenced here.
Okay, does that answer your question?
It does, and can I just make one comment? And my comment is regarding the absence of Councillor Schell, and that I understand that he may have a conflict of interest and he is away at a conference, but it is disappointing that he is continually not in the room when discussions like this happen over short-term rentals.
Yeah.
Thank
Well,
you.
and unfortunately, if he was here and did recuse himself, he wouldn't be allowed to be within chamber because council members are asked to leave the meeting so that it doesn't make other council members feel any uncomfortableness in the matter. That's just how our policies and bylaws are, and we stick to them. And unfortunately, he did have a conference he registered for that doesn't adjourn until the end of today.
Thank you for the clarification, but I do think he needs to know what his people in Ward 5 think. Thank you.
No, and he does see everything that is publicly documented, and he can go on the meeting and watch, and I will encourage him to watch the meeting to understand the feedback. Thank you. Okay, so this completes our application and process and closes these three properties. Council wishes to thank all those in attendance for the participation through either submission, written comments, or oral comments during the meeting. All comments received will be considered by staff, and follow-up information report will come forward to Council on June 24th, 2026. It is anticipated that a decision will be made at the July 15th Council meeting. A copy of the decision will be mailed to anyone who has submitted written comments and has signed the notice of decision located. And it's not at the back because we've reconfigured the room for this meeting. There is a sheet outside the doors that you can sign in regards to these applications so that you will get updates. I respectfully ask that attendees for the public meeting vacate the chamber. I will take that. This is scripted, so we make sure we cover everything off, but there's still ample rooms and you're welcome to stay, but we will be recessing until 4:45 because they are scheduled and we can't start them early. The proceedings for the remaining publics can be viewed on the YouTube channel after uploaded today, and thank you for your participation, and this concludes this portion of the meeting. So council members will recess till, if everyone could be back about 20 minutes to, so we can start read on time, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Welcome back, everybody. I know there'll be a lot of new faces in the chamber, so just somebody's got their
Reverb on. Reverb off.
the counselor of IT. So, thank you.
We're okay?
Okay. Want to welcome everyone to the chamber. We'll go through this process. I just want to do some housekeeping items. Is when you come to speak at the podium, could you please take time to adjust the microphone so you're speaking directly into the end?
Sorry.
Don't be sorry. Speak directly into the mic as this meeting's being recorded and live streamed for people that aren't in chamber. This is a public meeting. There will be no decision rendered at this meeting. There will be a information report come back in June, and then for June, in 2 weeks at the June 24th meeting, with a decision to be made by July 15th. So I'll briefly summarize the procedures to be utilized at today's meeting. The 10 properties that are subject to this application have been broken down into 3 blocks with 3 separate time slots to accommodate members of the public who wish to address council. The staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the application, provide any relevant information, note any correspondence that has been received to date, and will make brief presentation on each property in particular to this grouping. After presenting, any members of the public that have registered to provide comments or are in audience would like to be given the opportunity to speak. The application will be considered. I will mention I'll mention the municipal address of the property and invite those that wish to speak to the property. We will go in order that is outlined in the public notice. Please note that members of the public will be permitted to speak only once at one of the 3 time slots. The clerk has advised council of those that have registered, and finally staff will confirm any further correspondence that has been received during the public meeting. There will be a similar statement read at the start of each scheduled public time slot. After the meeting, I will ask members of the public not planning staff to address council in the next time slot to leave the chambers. And if the chambers is not full, you are welcome to stay. We just could not anticipate how many people would be in chamber. And we want to make sure those that were speaking to specific properties had room to that we could accommodate. Okay, so.
And Mr. Mayor, for those who wish to follow, we do have live stream. Wish to follow the meeting on live stream. It's available on YouTube.
Yes, so, and it will be posted to YouTube after the meeting, but it is actually taking place at the same time now that you could watch it, so. Okay, so this public meeting is held in accordance with the provision of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to zoning bylaw amendment application 2026 ZBA-14 submitted by the Township of Oro-Medonte on lands municipally known as 6 Cook Lane, 10 Beach Road, 68 Ward Avenue, and 15 Cathedral Pines Road. Please be advised that this meeting is being digitally recorded for the purpose of the creation of the public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff and requested agencies will council make a decision on the zoning bylaw amendment. Madam Clerk, is there any correspondence received?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, for the 4:45 p.m. time slot, the following correspondence was received for 6 Cook Lane, 10 Beach Road, 68 Ward Avenue, and 15 Cathedral Pines. Township of Oro-Medonte Building Division, dated May 22nd, 2026. Tim Taylor, dated May 22nd, May 24th, May 27th, and June 3rd, 2026. Enbridge Gas, dated May 27th, 2026. Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, dated June 1st. Linda Miles, dated June 8th. Stephen and Nicola Davids, dated June 8th. Mitchell and Jennifer Gillick, dated June 8th. Brian and Bernice Kennedy, dated June 9th. Larry Herr and multiple residents, dated June 9th. And Mike Attard, Bass Lake Ratepayers Association, dated June 10th. And I apologize if I've mispronounced anyone's name.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'll now turn the meeting over to Brett Spagnell, Director of Development Services, who will provide a general overview of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment based on his report. Sorry, I had some feedback. Report the agenda, and that'll be followed by a report from Andy Karaskakis, Manager of Planning Services, and George Van de Voncourt, Manager of Planning Special Projects, who will explain the purpose and effect of the zoning bylaw amendment application of each property. Mr. Spagnell.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Thank you, Council. Thank you, members of public and my colleagues for joining the proceedings today. I just want to make reference to the information report that's provided on the agenda today. The information report was prepared by staff and provided to provide some context for the general public as to how we've arrived at the zoning process that's being considered today. The report provides an overview of the necessity and the process from an Ontario Land Tribunal proceeding, which was a result of appeals of short-term rental accommodation policies of the official plan. That Ontario Land Tribunal process has concluded. As a result of that process concluding, the township now has official plan policies in place to provide some guidance and vision as to how short-term rental accommodations are going to be dealt with and managed. The proceeding today is a result of minutes of settlement that were arrived at those proceedings. And the proceedings today for zoning bylaw amendment apply to 10 properties to potentially establish short-term rental accommodation uses for those 10 properties only. This is not a township-wide zoning process. It's only site-specific related to those properties and does not apply to any other property other than the properties listed through this process. There is a time frame and a timeline that's established within that information report that outlines the steps in this process. This represents the public meeting process, which is a statutory requirement of the Planning Act. There's also reference to an information report that will be prepared by staff and placed on the council agenda of June 24th, 2026. That report will outline all of the comments that have been received through this process to form part of the public record. And then subsequent to that, there would be a staff recommendation report planned to come forward July 15th, 2026, which would provide recommendation based on the ability of the properties to meet those official plan policies that were established as a result of the conclusion of the Ontario Land Tribunal process. That's the general overview of the information report that can be publicly viewed by accessing the agenda. And now I'll just jump to the presentation specific to these properties in the zoning bylaw amendment process. As noted, the purpose of the public meeting is really to provide the opportunity for residents, stakeholders to provide comment to council for consideration. The public meeting has been organized into 3 blocks, and that was just to manage potential numbers because, again, to Mayor Greenlaw's point, we could not anticipate what the participation would be for the meetings. The blocks are broken down into segments totaling 10 properties and only apply to those 10 properties. And a decision at this public meeting will not be rendered. A decision would be in subsequent council meetings. This slide here really just shows the legislative instruments and the acts that are available for the municipality to manage short-term rental accommodations. You'll see from the slide there's reference to the Planning Act, the Municipal Act, which transfers into the licensing bylaw. Today we are dealing with Planning Act matters and site-specific zoning bylaw amendments. Other matters related to licensing will be dealt with by the township through subsequent staff reports to deal with revisions to the licensing bylaw to clarify some regulatory considerations that council will have to determine and consider. The proposed zoning bylaw provisions that are being proposed for these 10 properties and specific to this block of properties proposes short-term rental accommodation as a secondary use to a residential dwelling unit. As part of that, there's requirements and there's provision in there to require 1 parking space per bedroom used for an STR use, and that's to ensure that the site is able to accommodate the short-term rental accommodation based on scale and capacity of the building. Once again, the short-term rental accommodation, or the draft bylaw that's being considered for these properties, establishes and proposes a definition of short-term rental accommodation as a secondary use and as the rental of a residential dwelling unit of less than 28 days. A short-term residential accommodation use would not include a bed and breakfast, a motel, a hotel, hospital, boarding, lodging or rooming house or residential care home, and that's just to provide just to articulate the types of uses that are not considered to be short-term rental accommodation. Again, I'd like to hone in on the reference to the secondary use to the main residential use or the dwelling unit. As part of the draft bylaw, there's also a definition that's been provided. The definition clarifies what a secondary use is, and the draft bylaw defines a secondary use as a use secondary to the principal use of the property, an area of a property the secondary use occupies, and the number of days per year the property is used for the secondary use. Now, for clarification purposes, in the previous slide, I referenced the need to go back and revisit the licensing bylaw. There will be further reports that clarify what a secondary use to the principal residential use will be, and that will be done in subsequent planning reports that'll be coming forward to this council in June. We have a date planned for June 24th to consider revisions to the licensing bylaw to further define what secondary use would be. I will now turn it over to my colleagues. This slide here is just a general depiction of the geography and the location of the properties that are related to these to this zoning process, and as you can see, they are spread across the township. And I will now turn it over to my colleagues for presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Spagnol. The subject zoning bylaw amendment for this time slot for 4:45 p.m. relates to 4 separate properties at 6 Cook Lane, 10 Beach Road, 68 Ward Avenue, and 15 Cathedral Pines, which are generally located between Bass Lake Side Road, Horseshoe Valley Road, between the city of Aurelia's limits and the Horseshoe Valley settlement area. The first property that we'll discuss is the property located at 6 Cook Lane, which has a lot area of approximately 0.3 hectares and is located on the north side of Cook Lane on the shoreline of Bass Lake, just west of line 14 north. The property is designated shoreline in the township's official plan and is zoned residential limited service in the township zoning bylaw. And the property currently contains a residential dwelling. The image on the left of the screen shows the subject property highlighted in red. Again, shows the surrounding context of single detached dwellings and the Bass Lake shoreline located just to the north of the subject property. The image on the right shows the public notice sign, which was installed in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. And the image on the left shows the view of the subject property as viewed from Cook Lane, looking towards the Bass Lake shoreline. The subject dwelling is not located on the property, as it's located closer to the shoreline itself, and is surrounded by large mature vegetation. The middle image and the image on the right side of the screen show the properties that abut these subject lands. So the lands to the east and to the west of the subject property. And as noted, it's heavily vegetated with mature trees. So, Mr. Mayor, that concludes the staff overview for 6 Cook Lane. And the purpose of this meeting is to receive comments from the residents that have arrived to discuss the property at 6 Cook Lane. No decisions will be made at tonight's meeting, and a subsequent report will be prepared as in accordance with the information report as provided by Director Spagnol. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karras-Karak. Oh. Karras-Kakis, I can't believe that. I work with you all the time and I'm stumbling on it now.
It's all Greek.
Yes. So.
All Greek to me.
But, council, are there any comments or questions to staff at this point? Seeing none, I'll now ask the township staff to advise of those in the public Zoom and in person who have registered to speak to the application. We will hear from each person that has registered to speak. Madam Clerk, have we had anybody register for this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Brad Skillen registered.
Okay, Mr. Skillen, are you?
And I believe he's attending online.
Okay.
IT, if you could advance, Mr. Skillen. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Skillen is now on.
Okay, Mr. Skillen, if you, when you're in the meeting, can you just state your name and then proceed when ready, please?
Yep, it's Brad Skillen. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you, sir.
That's great. I'm actually speaking more on Cathedral Pines. I don't know if it's worth waiting for that or.
Well, we're out of sync. Can you hold and come back? We got, I believe it's the 4th of the 3 applications. We're speaking to 6 Cook Lane at this point, and that's not the property you registered to speak to, sir?
Yeah, I was just looking to speak more. I mean, I'm speaking to the whole thing, I guess, in terms of the amendment, but specifically Cathedral Pines.
Okay. I don't want to be disrespectful, but I think it would be best you speak at that time. So will likely be about, well, depending on how long. But if you could you just hold and until we get to that item, or what we could do is once we finish this item, we can move it up to the next item. Is staff okay with that?
Mr. Skillen can just stay in queue as well.
Okay, so if you want to stay in queue. We'll deal with Cathedral Pines will be the next application that will be before us. Is that okay, sir?
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else registered to speak to 6 Cook Lane, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor, there isn't.
Okay.
It's not identified on our sheet what property that they're speaking to.
Okay.
Because as you can see earlier, there was general comments as well.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Is there anyone in chamber who would like to speak to this property? If you could come to the mic, adjust it so you're speaking directly into it, state your name and the property that you're speaking to, and then proceed.
Diana Wells. I'll speak to this property, but it pertains to all of them. First of all, I'd like to say that I congratulate council. I think you've come a long way. I think the fact that we've now got a definition of what a commercial property is, and we've now got a situation where, you know, residential is considered residential and you require a zoning amendment in order to have a short-term rental is a very positive thing, because it's really what everybody's been looking for. Having said that, my problem with the process of these particular 10 applications is that we're here for comments, but it is my opinion that there is not enough information being put forward to actually provide meaningful comments. We're seeing sketches. We don't see buildings. We don't see setbacks. We don't see parking spaces. We don't see buffers. We don't see anything that would normally be presented by an applicant coming forward to ask for meaningful comments from their neighbors as to whether or not we think this is something that you know, we want beside us, or we want down the street, or we want around the corner. So while we can all speak to sort of generic issues about short-term rentals and why we think they change neighborhoods or we don't think they change neighborhoods, we can't really speak specifically to the land use of any of these projects. And I think the fact that originally this was a process that happened before the OLT, but the OLT rejected the idea that this could happen before they made a decision, means that we're now supposed to be looking at this under the new zoning bylaw with the 8 criteria, and there should be proof that these 8 criteria are being met. And from my opinion, as a professional who presents these things to communities all the time, there's no information for us to be able to comment on that. So I think they should all be rejected and brought forward as individual applications once the zoning bylaw is completed. Everybody knows what it is. Once there is a licensing agreement, once we know what a secondary accommodation is. I mean, how can a neighbor comment when we don't know whether it's 3 weekends, 50 weekends, 9 months? Like, you have no idea. So, and we don't know what the licensing agreement is going to add to these things. So I think until those things are known, this whole concept of a public meeting for comments, there's no information to comment on. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, so is there anyone else in chamber that would like to speak to this property at 6 Cook Lane? Please come to the mic and state your name, the property you're speaking to, and proceed, please.
Sure. Sorry, I'm so short that I raised my hand in the back and no one saw me, so I apologize for the delay. My name is Stacy Fields. I found out today at 12 o'clock that perhaps you might want to hear from me. And as I watched the last session, I heard from a couple of the other owners, so I thought it might be helpful to at least introduce myself. I am the owner of, well, my family is the owner of 6 Cook Lane. I manage and run the property to help them. I am very sensitive to the difficult road that you have all had for 9 years, and I am supportive of STR rules to the extent that they are needed and licensing rules, and I am incredibly careful and mindful that those rules need to be abided to. I'm in a unique situation. My husband and I have been residents on Bass Lake for over 24 years. I'm 55 years old and my husband is 62. We love it in Oro-Medonte and we are going to retire here. Our children are going to continue to live here as well as they get older. I know the beautiful staff at Mariposa who make my coffee. I donate all of my kids' clothing to this community. I send my children to summer camp here. All of my kids learn to ski here, and even though I am not a skier, I put skis on for the first time at the age of 45. We moved up here for 3 years during COVID, and my kids were homeschooled here during that period. We are not occasional visitors. I love the area. I love my neighbors. I've watched my children grow up here. And this property is going to stay within my family and my extended family as with our other property. I have a personal stake to ensure that our family properties are compatible with the official plan, the zoning, and all required rules. I come from a large family with 4 siblings. There's 5 of us. One of my brothers moved to the US 20 years ago, and he has 3 kids. They live in the US, and I have 4 of my own children ranging from age 6 to their 20s. As we speak on a random Thursday afternoon, my son is at 6 Cook Lane this week because he'd rather be there than with me before he heads off for the summer, even though he was away for university. In 2011, 15 years ago, our family asked me to start renting out Cook Lane on an occasional basis, 6 Cook Lane, on an occasional basis to cover our costs. It is on an acre of land. There's 150 feet of shoreline, and the property also owns the other half lot beside it. There's a lot of land between 6 Cook Lane and the 2 neighbors at 4 and 8 Cook Lane, and there are huge trees between the properties. It's a 3-bedroom property with 3 bathrooms and a guest house. The parking lot fits between 8 and 9 cars. The septic system is regularly maintained, and it is primarily used for our extended family. We take care of the rules with garbage. We could have made it bigger a long time ago, and we never did. We want to keep the cottage small, cute, and mature with their trees. When my extended family or kids are not there, it mostly stays vacant. We typically close it down for the winter. The rentals started in 2011 as skiing families needed a seasonal rental. Individual skiing families who we knew through people asked to rent the cottage out so they could go ski at Moonstone and Horseshoe. We did this for a while, and over the past 15 years, I personally have accepted referrals from neighbors on Bass Lake, 18 to be exact. They've needed a place to rent when they had a fire and were kicked out of their house for 18 months. They needed a place to rent for relatives in England. They needed places to rent for an insurance claim because they had a flood. They needed places to rent to host family for their family wedding. They needed a place to rent when their friends and family were coming up and they didn't have room to house them, and so they would contact me. We did start advertising in 2016. That is 9 years ago. We have never, to my knowledge, had a single complaint from a renter, no calls to the police, no calls to me personally from any of my neighbors that there have been disruptive guests. Our occasional renting through advertising has never posed a single problem. One of the reasons I'm so lucky that that has happened is because my screening processes are over the top. I am incredibly careful, and no one is ever allowed to stay at that property unless I have their driver's license, the names, addresses, phone numbers, and ages of every single overnight guest, the license plates that will stay on the property. We have a camera on the outside of the property which is disclosed to guests. We monitor the cars, and most importantly, we provide a terms and conditions page of rules that is 16 pages long. We have a $1,000 security deposit. I've never had to keep $1 of anyone's money. If people who want to rent that property want to come through 6 Cook Lane, they come through me, and I interview every single one before they're ever allowed to step into my home. We are obviously mindful of other rules, like garbage, septic, shoreline provisions. All of those are followed and made sure that the property stays intact and protects our beautiful Bass Lake. The garbage disposal rules are very funny in Simcoe, and they have changed 4 times since 2011. I know them cold. I can tell you what day recycle is on Tuesday at 7 a.m. at 6 Cook Lane because we're zone 2, and every other week is garbage. So what do? Every single guest has to take their garbage and recycle with them when they leave. They can't leave them on my bins, and they can go to the Oro-Medonte landfill and pay the same amount that we pay to dispose of their garbage, or they can take it home with them. That's how rigid I am. Isn't this great? I made all these notes during today. Just imagine how long this would have been if I made the notes weeks ago. Very quickly, in addition to the rules, I can assure you we have certain number of bedrooms, we have certain number of occupants, we have a maximum number of guests, we have noise rules, we have fire pit rules. We have music rules. We have rules that guests are not allowed to go near wandering properties. We have parking limit rules. We don't have buses. We don't have tents. We don't have sleeping outdoors. We don't have pets. Not a single pet has ever come into that property. I love pets. They're great, but they don't come to 6 Cook Lane. And guests are expected to treat the house as if they were their own. We have an emergency phone number in case they ever need to reach me. And yes, I do get calls at 2 in the morning that the fridge isn't working. I have to deal with those calls as well. I am fully aware that members of the public have objections to this zoning bylaw, but I would like to submit that this is not relevant as a general opposition. I think that this is property specific. It is quite telling that there is no one here and no one who has written in about 6 Cook Lane, and this has been since 2014. The last point that I want to make is that yes, I love my children, but I really love my neighbors. I am very, very mindful, respectful. I have a fantastic relationship with them. Both sides have had the properties forever, and I really need to keep it that way. And I will never, ever put a guest in, value a guest who's staying at the property for a week or a month or 6 months, because we do long terms too, over the needs of my neighbors. My neighbors are absolutely number one, and I will always keep it that way. Unless you have any questions about 6 Cook Lane, those are my introductory thoughts.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions pertaining to clarity of the presentation or no? Thank you very much.
I just would like to make one side note, if I may, Mayor Greenlaw.
Correct.
Are we finished on 6 Cook Lane? Was that?
If you're finished, there's no questions remaining here.
And so I am also on another property in this time frame. I'd like, for the efficiency of presentation, that when it comes to my turn to speak, that we could assume that most of my comments from 6 Cook Lane also relate to the other property on that list. I'm happy to stay till the end, or put me at number 4, it doesn't matter, it's in this time block.
Okay.
But I just wanted to be efficient so that you wouldn't have to hear me repeat this again.
Yeah. No, and that would be great. When you do come up, we've heard this, and if everything you've said here pertains to that, and you can just, if there's any additional stuff, you can deal with that at that time.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak to this item? Then I will ask planning staff, has there been any additional correspondence received during this meeting?
No, Mr. Mayor, nothing further has been received for 6 Cook Lane.
Okay, thank you. And are there any other questions from members of council or comments or staff? I'm trying to include it all in one. Okay. Okay, so then what we'll do then is we will move on. We'll now deal, are we going to deal with Cathedral Pines now? Would that be okay, Mr. Spagnol, Mr. Karaskakis?
Mayor Greenlaw, we can deal with Cathedral Pines now if that's your wish.
Okay, Cathedral Pines, and I believe the lady who just spoke, her second property was Ward. It's Ward. No, it's Ward. So just since she's here, just for efficiencies, we'll deal with Cathedral Pines if it's okay with council and staff, and then we'll deal with 68 Ward, and then we can deal with 10 Beach Road after that. Okay? Thank you. So Andy, when you're ready, if you want, or proceed, or Mr. Spagnol, whoever would like to speak to the property.
Your Worship, I'm up now, so I'll be talking speaking to 15 Cathedral Pines Road and the Ward Avenue property.
Okay.
So with respect to 15 Cathedral Pine Road, The official plan designation, do we have the slides up yet? No. There we go. The images are on the screen. So I'll be speaking to the property at 15 Cathedral Pines Road. The official plan designation for the property is low-density residential. The property is part of the Horseshoe Valley settlement area. The zoning is residential 1, exception 63, and the current use is residential. There's a single-family home located on the property. The image on the left shows the property fronting on Cathedral Pines Road, and it backs onto Horseshoe Valley Road West. There are single-family homes located on either side and across from this property, and the land across from the property in Horseshoe Valley is vacant. The image on the right shows the property well set back from the road. Also shows the public notice sign, and you can see that the property is well treed. Next slide, please. So these images show the properties on either side. As I said, this is a residential neighborhood. There's a single-family home on the left of the property, as you can see on the left-hand slide, and a single-family home on the right side of the property. Your Worship, that concludes my summary overview of 15 Cathedral Pines Road. The purpose of the public meeting is to receive comments from the public. As noted, there will be no decision made by council this evening. Staff report will come forward at a subsequent council meeting for consideration by council. Thank you.
Sorry, let me repeat myself quickly. Thank you, Mr. Van Boncourt. Madam Clerk, we have one person registered to speak to this item, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Brad Skillen.
Okay, and I believe he's in the waiting room still, so if
I believe he is.
IT can let him in, then we will.
Yes. Mr. Skillen is online now.
Mr. Skillen, if you can just state your name and the property you're speaking to, and then proceed when ready, please.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
Great. Yeah, Brad Skillen. I'll be speaking to 15 Cathedral Pines. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Appreciate it. I'll keep it short and sweet. I think I'm opposite to some of the neighbors there that have their signs up on the lawns, and Larry I spoke to, he's got, I think he wrote in, as was mentioned earlier, kind of against it. So I spoke to him the other night, and unfortunately I feel the opposite. I fully support it. We had rented our house some time ago, and it helped us. And I think just the cost of living, it's different times, right? A lot of our neighbors bought their house in the 80s for $80,000. And the cost of living was extremely lower, and the price to income ratio was very different than it is today. I think if a family wants to support themselves and has some fund money, has some cash on the side, and they do that the right way through this bylaw and amend and use it as a secondary purpose, then so be it. do it. I'd rather support my neighbor, right, making some side income than free or some corporation. They're doing just fine. So I fully support it. They're going about it the right way. I think we need to do more of this, have more properties do this as a secondary. I keep hearing stories. We attended this bylaw meeting 10 years ago, my wife and I, before this bylaw went into place tomorrow. And it was kind of hilarious listening to some of the stories of, there's crackheads and there's this and that disturbing. Yes, there are those occasions, but I guarantee 95% of them, or much like it was said for Sick Cookling, are decent people, decent families coming to have a good time and stay in a nice property. So I think, I'm not saying those situations don't exist, but as a secondary use, it's not a primary use. We're not switching over the whole neighborhood to a big hotel, big rental. It's a few properties that use it like a secondary suite, and just to make a little bit of side income in the winter, I'm all about it and support it.
Okay, thank you very much. So just for clarity, are you the owner of 15 Cathedral Pines Road?
No, I'm a neighbor that just lives just down the road on Cathedral Pines.
Okay. Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't believe there's any questions at this point from council or staff on this, but thank you for your time. Is that all you had to say at this point, sir?
That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else registered to speak on this property?
No, Mr. Mayor, there is not.
Okay, is there anyone in chamber who would like to speak in regards to this property? If you could come up to the mic, state your name and the and just state your name and the property you're speaking to, and proceed.
Hello, everyone, and I think most people know me. I'm Linda Miles. I wasn't going to speak this afternoon. I was going to stay quiet, but I just wanted so first of all, I will speak to this particular property, but this is in reflection of all of the 10 properties. In fact, it's more a reflection on the entire community, the entire, every single house in Oro-Medonte. I just want to clarify for some people in the audience here that when you rezone a piece of property, you're rezoning the property. You are not rezoning yourself. So when life happens, you have to locate, you're forced to sell, or your family is forced to sell down the road in the future. That property is forever rezoned unless the property owner that owns it after you chooses to have it rezoned again, which is very unlikely. Very unlikely, actually. I can say that because I live in a house that was legally rezoned as a bed and breakfast back in the early 2000s. It ran as a bed and breakfast that was legal for many years. When we bought the property, we didn't want to run it that way, but I never thought about rezoning it back to regular residential use. You know, honestly, I've heard so many people talk today about, you know, what a wonderful neighbor I am. I'm a really responsible property owner. I rent only to responsible people, and I absolutely support that that's what you're doing. But the problem here is that once we make a decision to rezone these properties that are in residential areas, we have limited control over what's going to happen in the future. So really, this is all about the future. This is about the future of our residential areas, the future for our kids, and for the future of people moving into the properties in the future. We've seen this in other jurisdictions where, especially in areas that are desirable for people who are wanting to visit and travel to, entire residential areas become short-term rental accommodation, commercial accommodation locations, because that's where people want to stay when they're skiing, when they're biking, when whatever they're doing. And that changes the character of the neighborhood. We're talking about the character of our residential neighborhoods. I don't think any of us have a problem if you're right out in the country and you have no neighbors and there's nobody you can bother. But when you're in a residential community and you have neighbors really close to you, you want to ensure that that home is going to be used as it was meant to be used, as a residential use. And commercial accommodation is, in my mind, and in many, many people's minds, it is an incompatible use. So just remember, you're rezoning the property. You're not rezoning yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. And I, and then I welcome the next person up until we've heard everyone in regards to this property. But I'm going to ask that we are very well aware of the Zoning Act and the Planning Act, and once some property is rezoned, that zoning goes with the land. It doesn't go with the owner. But I would like us to focus on each property that we're looking at the time that we're discussing it. So if somebody else would like to come up and speak to 15 Cathedral Pines, please come up and just announce your name and the property that is what you're speaking to, and continue, please. Please, sir. Okay. So.
Good day, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Larry Herr. I live at 11 Cathedral Pines, and I've lived there for 38 years, quite a while. I'm very concerned about this application. It's very close to where I live, but I wish to raise a point of clarification first. The petition that was circulated, that council is aware of, contains 81 signatures, and one of the requests we made in that petition is that those who signed it would be able to speak to the petition. So I'm asking that council clarify that request. Will you allow that to happen?
Help me understand. You want 81 people to speak to the petition, or you? I don't quite comprehend exactly which your request is.
I want the 81 people who signed the petition to be able to speak to it. They aren't all here, obviously, but some of them are, and I think some of them wish to speak.
Oh, and they're welcome to speak. That's part of the process. We will allow people in chamber to speak. The one thing I will ask is that we try not to be repetitive of the same comment over and over by multiple individuals. If you have something to add to what has previously been spoken to, that's great, because we're here to gather as much information. This council has received a lot of written applications we'll review, and we will rewatch this meeting to understand that we catch everything that has been said. So other than becoming an echo chamber, everyone in the chamber is allowed to come to speak to this property or any property that we have on the agenda tonight.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else in chamber who would like to speak to this matter? Ma'am, if you could come to the podium and state your name and proceed, please.
My name's Marilyn Barry, and I've never done this before, but first of all, I have a question about what was presented as far as where the property is located. It didn't come across to me like the property we're talking about. Like, can you tell us again where the property is located, how you presented that? Because I just didn't. I just want clarification for exactly what you're talking about is the same as what we're talking about.
We'll just call it up on the screen.
So you don't feel that's 15 Cathedral Pine?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
But when he describes it, I could have sworn I heard you say that it faced onto Horseshoe Valley Road.
I thought I said it backed onto Horseshoe Valley Road.
Pretty sure he said faced. Did I? Did he say back? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then I misheard. Because that's what I thought, and I'm thinking, okay, this is not what it is. Anyways, my feeling and my husband's is that this shouldn't happen in our community. We're a residential area. It just shouldn't happen. We don't want strangers changing residents all the time. We don't. I don't know what else to say except for that I just don't agree with this. It shouldn't happen in a residential area. In the outer communities, in the bush, wherever, on the beach, whatever, but not in a residential community, especially one like Cathedral Pines. It is a small subdivision, has a lot of kids in it. It's got great people that everybody knows everybody, and it's just not something that should happen at all.
Okay.
Just how I feel.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. And whoever is next would like to speak to this in the audience, please come forward and state your name.
Hi, I'll stand on my toes. Nancy Hamilton. I just have questions, and perhaps the owner of Cathedral Pines 15 can answer the question. I just wonder what's so special about that piece of land that it warrants a rezoning? Is it the land or is it the individual, is my question.
Anyone can come through the process of asking for a zoning amendment. It's been a right of everybody within the township if you want something rezoned for something else. Now, and that's where we are now. We're in a public meeting to get public feedback and comments on the rezoning of this property, to get a zoning amendment to permit it to have the zoning that with a license potentially as we roll out the program can purchase a license to operate a commercialized short-term rental.
Does it also apply then to the existing building, or can they tear that building down, build something larger?
It goes with the land. So zoning, as one of the earlier speakers stressed concerns, is zoning goes with the land, not with the owner or the buildings. It goes with the land.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not sure, did that answer my question? That they can apply to build a larger building. Once they're zoned for that, they can.
Well, but that would have to go through a building application process.
Gotcha.
And I'm not the planner, but maybe if Mr. Van Boncorn, Mr. Spagnol, or Mr. Karaskakis would like to, if you want to add to this question.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Just to answer the question, property owners have the right to apply for zoning bylaw amendments to apply to do certain things on the property. The zoning amendment that's here before the municipality is dealing with processing and considering establishing short-term rental accommodation on the property through the zoning process. If somebody was looking to build a house on the property, as long as they met the zoning provisions for setbacks, the permitted uses, they would be required to go through the building permit process and wouldn't be required to go through this. So the reason why this process is required is because in order to allow, under the township's interpretation of the zoning bylaw, in order to allow short-term rental accommodations, there is the requirement for a short-term rental accommodation zoning bylaw amendments for this specific property. That direction is now provided within the official plan policies that were finalized through the tribunal. So really, this is to add an additional use, permitted use to the property so that a short-term rental accommodation can operate as a secondary use to the house that's there right now.
Okay, I guess I have a concern, a question as well. Planning is planning, and it's very hard to react to something other than what's directly in front of us. But could this possibly be a stepping stone to getting the zoning such as Horseshoe Valley Resort and Carriage Hills resorts?
that it's
No, that
precedent
would,
or?
that, this is specifically for the operation of a short-term accommodation. It has nothing, that is a totally different aspect, and Mr. Spagnol will give you the direct planner's Cole's notes.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, and that's a great question. The zoning that's being considered today is considering a short-term rental accommodation as a secondary use to the house. A horseshoe resort would be considered a primary accommodation type use and fully commercial in the sense that that is what it is intended to do. This would be secondary to a residential use. So there would be a much more rigorous zoning and official plan process that any property owner would have to go through to allow for a resort type use such as horseshoe or anything of that nature.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Just to provide maybe some, hopefully asking a hypothetical question in order to provide clarity. In theory, as a property owner in Oro-Medonte, I could apply to have my property zoned as a primary use. I could apply. It doesn't mean I could get it granted, but I could always apply to have it zoned for multi-use, multi-residential in my neighborhood. In theory, I could apply for that. Mr. Spagnol?
Through Mayor Greenlaw to Councillor Clark, that is correct. The Planning Act allows for property owners to apply for certain uses under the Planning Act. Whether or not the applicant is successful in obtaining the approval, that really relies on the ability to meet the policies, but Councillor Clark is correct in his theoretical presentation of an application process.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to pull the reins back in. We're not taking questions. This meeting is not a question period. This meeting is to receive comments. And I've given a lot of latitude, but I think we need to focus back in and fulfill the purpose of the meeting. And so if anyone else has a comment to bring or information to bring forward on this property, I would ask them to raise their hand and come to the mic and state their name and proceed. Is there anyone else who would like to speak at this time? The gentleman in the blue shirt, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council and members of the Township and everybody present. First of all, I'm not a great...
I just need your name, though.
Oh, sorry. I'm Joseph Felici.
Okay.
I'm property owner with my wife, Kelly, at 15 Cathedral Pines. I'm not a great public speaker, so if I'm fumbling, my apologies. First of all, I respect all the concerns of everybody who has stood up and spoke. Kelly and I, unfortunately, do not have the history as some of the homeowners do. The other 9 homeowners, we've only lived for just over 3.5 years here in Oro-Medonte. I personally come from North Bay, Ontario, where I spent 90 or 95% of my life. So that being said, we love the neighborhood, absolutely love it. We moved to our home, and we hadn't even moved in, and we were cleaning the yard and the leaves, and in the fall when we moved in, and our neighbors were coming over and helping us and bringing us gifts of drink and cookies and cards. It was lovely. We were welcomed with open arms. So again, driving down the road, walking around the neighborhood, everybody is very friendly, waves at each other. It's probably the most wonderful community that I have personally ever lived in. I give my wife Kelly all the credit for the work that she does in the decorating downstairs at our lower level unit. So like we are we are very responsible operators of short-term rental. We don't put up with any shenanigans. We would not put up with any shenanigans. She screens the people who stay in our home very, very, very strictly. And as for the neighbors, there have been, as far as I understand, no complaints. They verbally have supported what we are doing, and we've even have had neighbors reach out to us to ask us if we could accommodate family members or friends during certain celebrations that they might have, whether it be birthday parties or family reunions or whatever they are doing. We do have security cameras on premises, not just for ourselves, but for the safety of others. So that is something that is in place and important to us. We have had the security cameras in place during the whole time. If I could go back to Mr. Skillen, if he's still listening online. I'm 99% sure he's in favor of what Kelly and I do at our home, and I would greatly appreciate if, because I don't know his address, he could come and knock on my door anytime, as anybody in this room can, council and mayor and staff included, to view our property. But Mr. Skillen, if you'd like to come and knock on my door and say hello, and I welcome you with open arms. We are owner operated. We are not a bed and breakfast by any means, but we are owner operated so that we accommodate the home upstairs. And we are always on premise when guests are present. Again, we are, and I will say this maybe too many times, but we are responsible short-term rental owners. We do not leave. We might leave during the day to work or attend other functions with family and friends, but we are always present and available. Of course, at night we don't travel, so we don't leave the home with somebody downstairs. We just don't leave the home unattended. Kelly and I are always available to them 24/7. I was not prepared to speak today, so I don't have a lot written down. I could probably go on and bore you to death, but I won't do that. I just wanted to make my presence known. Here I am. I am the homeowner, and we absolutely love the area, and we plan on staying here for as long as we possibly can in Oro-Medonte and on Cathedral Pines Road. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay. I just for one question, I just
Yes,
would
sir.
like for clarity, just, so you don't rent any accommodations out when you're not at the house. So it is your primary, what I get from what you're saying, it is your primary residence,
Yes, it is.
and you don't rent it and then go away on vacation. You're always there whenever, and it's almost sounds like you rent the bottom of your house out, or a number of bedrooms in the bottom of your house. Is that?
It is. It's the lower level. Yes, it is. For example, we went to Florida this past winter for a week, and we primarily are the only advertising that is done with our property is through Airbnb, and we block off the days when we plan on being away.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
Does that?
That just provides the clarity that I
Okay.
was trying to, I wanted to make clear about one thing.
I hope I've answered your question.
Okay, no, thank you. Okay, Councillor Young, question of clarity.
Thank you, Mayor. You've indicated you lived there 3.5 years, and how long have you actually been in a short-term rental?
4, sir. 4.
I'm sorry, you lived there 3.5 years, and you've been
I
short-term
moved.
rental 4 years?
I moved to Barrie approximately 8 years ago. The home we lived at in Barrie, we short-term rented that house for the last approximate 6 months that we lived there, before we bought and sold that home and bought the home where we currently are at 15 Cathedral Pines. So it's been a total of 4 years. that,
No, I get that, but,
yeah.
Okay.
Just, one other question.
Sorry, did I
For
answer
clarity.
your question?
For clarity.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. Just, you mentioned you rent out the bottom half. I'm just curious, how many bedrooms are down there?
2, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions of clarity? Councillor Hutchinson?
I don't particularly have a question, but thank you. I'm your ward councillor.
Hi.
Hi. And I just wanted to speak up because there's, as usual, Ward 1 has terrific turnout, and it's always a little spicy in Ward 1. I'm really glad to see the representatives from our community on this matter. I just wanted to also clarify that I personally went over and spoke to a number of people in Cathedral Pines, particularly your direct neighbors on either side and across the street, just to get a sense of how what the impact had been for them.
Thank you.
And I also appreciate the comments from other people living in the community.
Absolutely.
I live in a community similar to yours where the houses are close together, and there's always a concern that if you aren't the owner, then what would the next owner behave?
Yes.
So that's the dilemma here. Is the feedback that I got is that you're an excellent neighbor and there's never been any issues. But then, of course, the concern always is if the home turns over, they're not going to be guaranteed to have such a lovely neighbor. So I just wanted to make that comment that I went to that effort to sort of do a little bit of recon myself on the
Thank
whole
you.
situation.
And you showed up on my video camera, Lori, so thank you very much.
Okay,
and I was
get away with
wondering who
mine.
that was.
Okay,
Who's that
thank-
stranger? And I later found out from my neighbors, because they came over.
Yeah.
Most of my neighbors came over and
Yeah, you weren't
to let me
home at
know
the
I wasn't
time,
home,
yeah.
unfortunately.
I'm gonna halt. I don't mean to interrupt the discussion, but I don't want a discussion going back and forth. I want this to be about us gathering the information that needs to be gathered so we can move forward in the process. So thank you for your time and your comments. And if there's anybody else that would like to speak.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just have the proper spelling of your last name, Mr. Polisi?
F as in Frank,
Mm-hmm.
E-L-I-C-E, Felici.
Okay.
It's not a silent E at the end of my last name. Many people will just say Felice. So,
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Greatly appreciate your time.
Okay, and the next gentleman, please come up, state your name, and proceed, please. Just adjust the mic there, Mr. Taylor, so you're speaking in the end so everyone can hear you.
You're suggesting I'm shorter?
No, I'm not suggesting anything.
Just a point of clarification, you did read out names, you did receive correspondence. I'm actually one of the signees of the petition of 81. I didn't think I would be able to attend today, so the purpose, I think, of that petition was that other people would have representation at this meeting. So I can't speak for Mr. Herr, but I understood him to say that he wanted the opportunity for voices to be heard. Well, 81 voices spoke loudly that they did not support this amendment to this zoning bylaw. So I think it would be appropriate to name those people as well in the correspondence that you received. So there are 81 names, not just 3 or 4.
Yeah, no, and that will be part of the package, I believe, that comes back in 2 weeks when staff brings it out, and everything will be included in that package, and those names will be identified there.
Perfect.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Is there any other comments in regards to this from members in chamber? Seeing none. Okay. The gun went. Run and state your name, sir. And
hi, my name is Dave Johnson. I'm an Oro-Medonte resident.
Just a point of clarification with Mr. Felici's property, and maybe he can answer the question. It sounds like he lives in the property, his primary residence.
Oops.
How come you didn't apply for being a bed and breakfast, which is legal in a residential neighborhood?
Mr. Mayor.
No, but I'm not, if you want to take that and have discussion, but this is not the forum or the time.
So my question would be for folks that are living in the actual property that is being examined in this hearing, or meeting, I should say, public meeting. I think the question should be asked, if they are living the property and they are renting it out, are they not a bed and breakfast? And that is legal.
No.
Thank you.
I understand, Mr. Johnson, what you're saying, because, the thing is, if the definition in our bylaws as to what a bed and breakfast is are very clear, and it's not overly lengthy. So, those questions need to be answered in clarity, which will come out when we lay out the process as we.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Almost scared to ask a question. Does anyone else want to speak to this property? No, I'm just kidding you. So, okay. So, Mr. Karaskakis, have we received any other information during the meeting in regard to this property?
No, Mr. Mayor, nothing further has been received for 15 Cathedral Pines.
Okay. Is there any final comments by staff or council members at this time? Seeing none, then we will move on to, I believe we said we would move to the lady that's been patiently awaiting.
68 Ward Avenue.
Okay, so 68 Ward Avenue. Okay, so Mr. Van Boncourt, are you presenting this property? Then
Yes, I am, Your Worship.
Then if you could proceed when ready, that'd be great.
Okay, so I'm going to be speaking to the property at 68 Ward Avenue. The property is designated shoreline in the township official plan. It's zoned shoreline residential, and its current use is residential. And you can see on the slide there, location. It's right at the intersection of Broadview Avenue and Ward Avenue. It has access off Ward Avenue, and it backs onto Bass Lake. Next slide, please. The aerial shows the location there. There's a driveway that appears to be shared between the two properties, the neighbor at 66 Ward Avenue. The slide on the right shows the driveway and the property to the neighboring property on the right. The property is well treed. Next slide, please. The image on the left shows the boundary on the other side of the property, again with a treed buffer, and the image on the right shows the 68 Ward Avenue on the left side of the property, and then 66 Ward Avenue on the right side of the property. Your Worship, this concludes staff overview of the planning context and summary of the application. The purpose of the meeting tonight is to receive public comments. No decision will be made this evening, and there will be a subsequent report that will come forward summarizing all the comments received this evening. Thank you, Your Worship.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Van Boncourt. Madam Clerk, have we had anyone registered to speak to this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
No. Okay, so I will open the floor to anyone in chambers that would like to speak to this property, which is 68 Ward Avenue. Nope. Seeing none. Sorry, Stacy, would you like to come up and add? I know you earlier stated that a lot of the things are the same, but if you would like to add any additional comments pertaining to this property, please come up, state your name, and proceed.
I'm just wondering if we could perhaps shut that door because I'm hearing some background noise and it might interfere with
Here, I'll
you
shut
hearing me.
We can't close the door because it's an open meeting, but I will speak to the.
Thank you very much.
Stacy, please proceed when.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I'm not going to repeat the comments that I made with respect to 6 Cook Lane. Suffice to say that every rule, stipulation, and process that I referred to with 6 Cook Lane is also followed with 68 Ward Avenue. So as you are considering the rezoning of the 10 properties, I would respectfully ask if you could also consider my submissions made an hour ago, I guess, with respect to 6 Cook Lane, and I can confirm that they do all apply. I'm going to only speak very briefly about the physical differences between 68 Ward Avenue and 6 Cook Lane, because I think that is important and helpful, given that you are considering each property on its own merit. Like 6 Cook Lane, this is a family residence. We use this with my family primarily and my very large extended family. It is only used for rental for occasional purposes to cover the costs. Like Cook Lane, it is also more so used for long-term rentals and mid-term rentals than it is for short-term rentals. 68 Ward Avenue has been rented out since it was purchased in 2015. We're going on 11 years, and never once has it been advertised on Airbnb. Never once has it been advertised on VRBO. It is advertised through other means, but not through those 2 channels, which tend to get guests with more volume and less screening. What happened with us is that in 2011, after we started to rent Cook Lane, it turned out that we didn't have many places for the extended family to come. And so the property came up through a neighbor who had passed away, and our family bought it. We did not want our kids and their growing friends and our extended family sleeping together with all of us piled into one property, and so we ended up getting another property. It would have been very easy to have everyone slammed into a 3-bedroom cottage with sleeping bags and beds everywhere and way more guests or owners or family members than you could imagine, but instead I didn't want that headache, and so our family bought the other property. As I mentioned earlier with respect to 6 Cook Lane and where my son is today, funny enough, my daughter in her 20s is at 68 Ward Avenue right now. She went up last night because our cousins from California, who have been in Oro-Medonte for over 60 years, came back to visit because my uncle passed away and they lost their cottage. So what happened? Stacy was very generous and said, come on up and you can stay at our place. And so they're there now with my cousins and my daughter. It's not a summer, July, long weekend, one-night stranger. It is a family who uses this cottage a lot. It is 2 stories. It is 4 bedrooms. It has 2 bathrooms. It has excellent trees, as was mentioned earlier, between the property. The septic is maintained. Noise and garbage rules are all applied. The way the driveway is, to be clear, is it is shared with number 66. But shared doesn't mean shared in the normal term. Shared means physically side by side, it fits 2 cars. So as you pull up into the driveway of 66 and 68, you could have 2 cars just in front of the road, and 2 cars side by side in front of that, and 2 cars side by side in front of that, and 2 cars side by side in front of that. So effectively, within that shared driveway, there is room for 8 cars. I am very close with our neighbors at 66. I've known them for close to 25 years, and we've never had an issue with cars or parking or dealing with the driveway situation. 68 Ward Avenue has some very personal touches that show again that this isn't sort of rental related. My children chose that they wanted a ping pong table. We put in a ping pong table, but you have to move the couch to get to the ping pong table, which is not something that I wanted to do. We did that for my kids. We got bunk beds for my kids. We painted rooms for my kids. This is all with family design in mind and not an effort just to make this a fly-by-night, one-nighter STR. Some of the renters at 68 Ward Avenue have been there for 11 years in a row. A grandmother comes up with her family for 2 weeks in July every year for 11 years in a row, and she's there for 14 consecutive days. Unlike 6 Cook Lane, 68 Ward Avenue is available year-round. It is fully winterized. It is open all year. We don't shut it down for the winter. And so when we go up between October and April, our extended family always stays at 68 Cook Lane. Sorry, just bear with me, please, 1 minute. 68 Cook Lane has to maintain it does maintain the principal residence character of the neighborhood. It minimizes the potential to negatively impact adjacent residential properties, and it ensures that the rental use is consistent with and maintains the character of the surrounding area, and that the scale of the proposed use is suitable for the property and the surrounding area. I'd like to address one point that was made during some of the submissions after I talked about Cook Lane, and that is the situation we have with respect to what about new owners? What about selling? What about the fact that the zoning goes with the property? In my particular situation, I'd like to address that. Cook Lane was bought in 2011, and 68 Ward Avenue was bought in 2015. Between the two properties, I have received no less than 5 offers to buy the property through guests, neighbors, friends, and my own immediate relatives, and the answer has been no. These properties are in my family and are hopefully going to stay in my family for years. During COVID, as you can imagine, when peak cottages were unavailable, the amounts of money that people offered to buy these properties was quite high, and we said no. We have a long-term goal. We've been on Bass Lake for 25 years. We've owned one property for 16 years and one property for, I guess, doing my math wrong, 11 years. We have no plans on selling at this point in the future. And finally, I want to say that I've not yet seen any of the letters that were written in with respect to the two properties from my family. So I am not aware of any issues or concerns with respect to those two properties in particular. To the extent that any letters were received, and I have not yet seen them, I would welcome the opportunity to be able to put in responses in writing for the township to consider before any final decision is made, because I'm not sure what, if any, complaints there are. And finally, I want to say that this litigation has been really difficult for the township for 9 years and for our taxpayers, but it's also been really difficult on us. I know that we don't have the sympathy here, but I want you to know we come to the table with clean hands, honesty, integrity, and certainly with respect to my two properties, this has not been a fun venture. And I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. And just so you and everyone in the room has clarity, the letters will be released, and as we stated earlier, on the June 24th meeting when staff brings back the report. But to be fair to everybody, we didn't release any letters to either side of this discussion in advance. They're all being released when the report comes back for information from staff.
Thank you. And when we see those letters, if we have any additional comments, we'll submit them in writing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yeah, no, okay. So yeah, Mr. Bland, do you want to speak to this property? I would like to. Sure. just state your name, please, and then.
My name is Dean Blaine. I'm a resident of Oro-Medonte. I've been listening sort of very carefully. I don't have knowledge of this specific property. I do believe that short-term rentals are not appropriate in any residential neighborhood, and I can elaborate on that more. And I did submit a letter on behalf of 30 residents of 8 Mile Point who feel exactly the same way. You will have the letter. I won't read it because you will have it in your materials. But I did want to make a comment that I think the last speaker, the owner of the 2 properties on Bass Lake, actually made the point very well as to why these are not appropriate in residential neighborhoods. I think she said, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you don't rent on Airbnb or VRBO because people don't get vetted properly. And that is exactly the point. The zoning amendment that you are considering would allow a short-term rental that advertises on any platform. And that's precisely the problem. So I actually am relieved to hear a short-term rental operator say they don't want to rent on Airbnb or VRBO because those platforms don't vet properly, and you don't know who's going to show up. You don't really know how many people are going to show up, and you don't know what they're going to do. An owner that doesn't advertise on those platforms and only rents occasionally to people they know through no advertisement doesn't need an amendment to the zoning at all, as we know from the planning department's position on that type of use. Anyway, I just wanted to add that to the comments and make that observation about the last owner's submissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay. So, you know what? If you can do it off. This isn't a discussion period. It's not a debate back and forth.
It's not a discussion. He made an inaccurate fact that you want to clarify with respect to.
Okay, then come to the mic and clarify what you'd like to. Make it brief.
Yes,
please.
One comment. I'm sorry if you did not hear my first presentation, but I wanted to be clear. I was talking about 68 Ward Avenue, that I don't and have never been on Airbnb or VRBO on that property. But just to be clear, he said I don't do that for both properties. That is incorrect. I am on Airbnb for Cook Lane. Okay. I have 40 reviews in 9 years. My rating is a 4.9, and 40 reviews in 9 years shows that I rent the property very, very little.
No, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any other comments in regards to 68 Ward Avenue from anyone in the gallery? None? Mr. Karaskakis, have we received any other comments during the meeting in regards to 68 Ward Avenue?
No, Mr. Mayor, nothing has been received for Ward Avenue.
Okay. Does council have any, or staff have any comments or questions at this time? Councillor Bard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, to the owner of 68 Ward. We have met in passing. You're walking your kids and I'm walking my dog, but we've never really formally met. One of the concerns that I have seen from the residents is that there's a couple of weekends a year where there are lots of cars, and I know it may not be your property, 66, it could be 64, but you've assured us that you are on call, so if there was a license, there was an issue with parking, you could be called and we could clarify whether those are your cars or to the other properties down the road. That's just what I wanted to clarify.
Absolutely, and thank you for the question, Mr. Bard. I'm sorry we've never met in person, but hopefully to chat other than on the road. Absolutely, your question is a fair one. Because of the shared driveway, sometimes people think it is my car, or my cars, or my family cars, or my guest cars on 68. And I can assure you that it's not, and they relate to 66 and 64 because I've had to speak to them about their cars. Our car policy on 68 is a maximum of 3 cars only. I have a record of every license plate. I have cameras. And if anyone brings an extra car, they lose a $1,000 security deposit. So I have never been made aware in 14 years of anyone ever having car issues on my property. But I have been called inadvertently thinking it was my property. And then we speak to 66 and 64 and they resolve it. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. there's no other statements or questions or comments from staff, and Mr. Karaskakis, nothing's come in during the meeting. Okay, so now we'll move on to 10 Beach Road, which will be the last one within this time segment. Mr. Karaskakis or Mr. Van Boncourt, who would like to present this property?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will, for 10 Beach Road. 10 Beach Road, located on the north side of Beach Road, on the south shoreline of Bass Lake. The subject property is zoned shoreline residential exception 103 in the township zoning bylaw, is designated shoreline in the township's official plan, and is currently used for residential purposes, and has a property size of 0.13 hectares. The image on the left of your screen shows an aerial photo of the subject property, which is outlined in red, which shows the neighborhood context comprised of mostly low-rise single detached dwellings and Bass Lake to the north. The image on the right side of your screen shows the subject property as viewed from Beach Road and the public notice sign, which was installed in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. The next image on the screen show the views of the abutting properties that abut to the east and west of the subject property, 10 Beach Road. So the image on the left shows the mature tree line that abuts the subject property to the west. And the image to the right shows the subject property that's located to the east of 10 Beach Road. So, Mr. Mayor, that concludes a high-level overview of the subject property, 10 Beach Road. No decision will be made with respect to this subject property, and the purpose is to receive comments from the residents and from members of council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karaskakis. Councillors, any questions for staff at this point? Seeing none, then Madam Clerk, do we have anyone registered to speak to this property?
No, Mr. Mayor, we do not.
Okay, is there anyone in chamber that would like to speak to this property? Please step to the mic and state your name and the property you're speaking to, and continue when ready, please.
Hi there, my name's Jennifer Gillick. We are speaking regarding 10 Beach Road. We live at 8 Beach Road, right next door. We do have several concerns about this property. It has been a short-term rental for many years now. The person who manages the property, he has been very responsive when we have had issues, but we do have many issues. I don't know if you can see on the property, there is a small gravel driveway. People do use the driveway, but they also park on the lawns. There have been very disrespectful tenants. They come, they park on the lawn. You can't see it, but across the road, there is a grass area, which I believe belongs to the township. They will park there as well. I don't know if it's a 3-bedroom or 4-bedroom, but there are often 5, 6 or more cars there. A wedding has been held there with 25 cars. It's been a while since I've been on Airbnb. At one point, I did read the, there's house rules. It does say no parties. There are parties. People will come. Boots and Hearts weekend is a perfect example. They'll come. Dozens of people will stay, or a dozen people will stay. They will party on the property. They will go to Boots and Hearts. They will come back. As far as we know, this is not, the primary use of this property has been a short-term rental for many, many years. A gentleman owned this property. He passed away, I don't remember when, pre-COVID, I believe. His wife then took ownership of the property, and I believe it is her brother who runs the Airbnb. We don't see her often at all. Maybe 2 weeks a year, maybe 4 weeks a year. So if purpose of this is to be used as a secondary use. Right now, it is being used primarily as a short-term rental. Right now, we do live in Toronto as well. This is a secondary residence, but my husband works up here as well as in the city, so we split our time between the two. It is not just a weekend property, and we do plan to retire here as well. So as other people have mentioned, the fact that we see that this might be zoned forever as a short-term rental is very disappointing. You know, we tolerate what's been there. As I said, the person who manages the property has been very responsive. If music is loud late in the night, we can message through Airbnb, and 99% of the time, the music stops within 10 minutes. So that is nice, but at the same time, we don't want to be calling all the time. We don't, you know, yes, you know, you were asking previously about if there's problems with license plates, can we call you? Well, we don't want to have to call. We don't want, you know, people shouldn't be disrespecting properties and parking on the lawns. You know, people don't understand. Some people don't understand just what it means. Like, you come here, we know as people who live on the lake, you know that sound travels. People don't always know that. They're loud. We don't know who's coming. You know, our stomachs drop as we come around the corner and see all the cars parked in the driveway. And we don't know who's going to be there for the weekend. You hear there's weekends when people are yelling at each other the entire weekend. There's people that start drinking at 10 a.m. in the morning. You know, that's not what we signed up for. As I said, we tolerate it now. We have a host that generally is on top of things when we feel like complaining, but you don't know what's next. And we weren't at the meeting where it was discussed that bylaws are the way, or zoning is the way to conquer this problem. But we would rather it be perhaps a yearly permit that can be renewed, and that, you know, as Councillor Hutchinson said, she went to the neighbors and she discussed with them how it's impacting them. No one came and asked us. I mean, we aren't there full time, but we do have a ring, and we don't see anybody coming and asking us what was going on. You know, there's guests. Our neighbor of ours has one of those inflatable trampolines and slides and whatnot that's on the lake. People from this Airbnb will go and use it. We have to ask them not to use it. They have a boathouse on the property that you can easily walk onto. People will have dance parties on top of this boathouse. It's not safe. You know, we hold our breath, especially if people have been drinking. Like, are we going to have to go rescue somebody who falls off this boathouse? And like, anyway, that has been our experience. Absolutely, there are wonderful people. Absolutely, there are cars we recognize every year. But our concern is if this is supposed to be a secondary use, that is not what this property is right now. It is the primary use of this property has been a short-term rental for a number of years. I have not counted the number of nights, but I would bet it's more than 92 a year. There have on occasion, I know one winter, I think it was over COVID, a family rented it for the entire winter, which was lovely. There was no guessing. We knew they were there for 6 months. We could breathe a little bit, and we didn't have to worry about who was going to show up the following weekend. But that has been our experience, is living next to one of these properties. And as I said, it's concerning. It's concerning of, you know, if they decide to sell, as others have said, who's going to buy it next, and is it going to be better? Is it going to be worse? And just having that designation of a short-term rental property, it invites people to then buy it as a rental property. And I'm not sure how people plan to ensure that it's only 92 nights a year that it happens, but I don't see how that's an easy thing to manage.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak in regards to this property specifically? Okay, and I ask just because we're not that I want to rush anything, but without being repetitive, what we've already heard in regards to this, it'd be great.
Yeah, I think I'm Mitch Gillick. I'm the husband. There really wasn't much that was missed there, but I just do want to kind of summarize. I mean, there's been an ongoing. You talked about not being an echo chamber, and when there is an echo chamber, usually that's because there's a lot of similar concerns of unanswered questions. And so I really go back to the first one. I think it was Diane who had mentioned that, you know, there's so many unanswered questions here that we have regarding this, and just saying, yeah, we're going to zone this, but we don't understand. You guys haven't even elucidated what that zoning is going to mean, and saying we're going to come up with the answers on the 25th. Well, the answers are coming up on the 25th after we've had a chance to speak our minds, but we're not educated properly. So I would really just urge you.
I want to be clear what tonight's about. It's not about speaking minds. We've been through multiple years of short-term rentals being an issue since 2017, wasn't it? So 2017. So you know, and I don't want this, where we are in the process is not about relitigating the past. Right. We are where we are. This meeting is to talk about this specific property and why you do not want it to be considered, or what elements of the rezoning to be a potential commercial short-term rental operation that is an issue. That's really what we're here to answer.
Fair enough. I would just reiterate and stress, really, it's been the main concern is the parking, where we've had potential fire issues associated with it.
Yeah, no, perfect. Thank you very much. Okay. Any other ones in regards to 10 Beach Road? Seeing none, I'll ask staff, has there been any information come in during the meeting in regards to this property?
No, Mr. Mayor, nothing specific for 10 Beach Road.
Okay. Does staff wish to respond or make any final comments? Council, is there any final comments in regards to this property? Seeing none, then this completes the application of the process and closes this section of the meeting. Council wishes to thank all those in attendance for their participation through either submission or written comments or oral comments during the meeting. All comments received will be considered by staff, and follow-up information report will come forward to council on June 24th, 2026. It's anticipated that a decision will be made at the July 15th council meeting. A copy of the decision will be mailed to anyone who has submitted written comments or has signed the notice of decision sheet, which is outside the council chambers because we moved it from inside the doors. So if you want to sign that on the way out, I respectfully ask that the attendees of the public meeting vacate the chambers. That's in my script. I'm just reading to improve my reading skills. But you can stay. We have lots of room. And we are going into the last session of the last 3 properties. Okay, so I want to thank everyone for their participation, and this concludes this section of the meeting, and you can view the entire 3 sessions on YouTube that'll be posted after the meeting tonight. Okay, so what we'll do is, I know we're 2.5 minutes behind, but we will take a 3.5 minute washroom break, and just to keep it to round numbers. So anyways, thank you. Expedalicious.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I would like to welcome everybody to the 6:30 session of the public meeting. Just a few things before we get started. Housekeeping matters to clean up. Please silence your cell phones. The other thing is when people come to the mic, adjust the mic so you're speaking directly in the end of it. This is being live streamed as well. It'll be recorded on YouTube for people to view after. We want to make sure we catch everybody's comments and concerns. Also, proper decorum, cheers and boos and hisses and throwing of objects that hurt when they are a projectile, please with respectfully refrain, hold back from that. But no, just any chitter and talking in the background, try to keep it to a very minimum and low, because we want to hear the presenters and the staff when they present as part of the process. So I'll start off by briefly summarizing the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. The 10 properties that are subject to this application have been broken down into 3 blocks with 3 separate time slots to accommodate members of the public who wish to address council. The staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the application, provide any relevant information, note any correspondence that has been received to date, and will make a brief presentation on each of the properties in particular in this particular grouping. After the presentation, any members of the public that have registered to provide comments or are in the audience will be given the opportunity to speak to the application being considered. I will mention the municipal address of the property and invite those that wish to speak to the property. We will go in order of as outlined in the public notice. And please note that members of the public will be permitted to speak only once at one of the 3 time slots. So to sum it up, because I know everybody wants to get into the audience participation component, I will hand the floor over to Brent Spagnell to give a brief overview, and then hand it to his staff to identify the first property.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw and Council, and thank you everyone tonight for attending. Thank you to my colleagues and team members for attending and all the work that's went into the public meeting process to date. I'd like to draw the members of the public their attention to the agenda for this evening. There is a staff report that's been included just for context to provide background as it relates to this zoning process and other processes that have been ongoing within the municipality. The information report is there for public viewing. What it does is it goes over the purpose and effect of the zoning amendment process, but it also provides an update as to what had occurred, I guess, with respect to the appeals related to the official plan, specifically as they relate to the short-term rental accommodation policies. The report goes over and indicates that there was an LT process, no LT process that had occurred. It has now concluded based on minutes of settlement that were achieved between the township and the appellants. As a result of the conclusion of that OLT process, the township now has much needed official plan policies in place to regulate and provide for a vision as to how STRs, or short-term rental accommodations, can be managed. The report also goes over the purpose and effect of this meeting. As Mayor Greenlaw has indicated, the meeting has been split up into 3 groups. This is to accommodate everybody so that interested residents and stakeholders can attend and provide comments. The meeting is intended to provide the opportunity for residents and stakeholders to comment specifically on each zoning amendment. And that information that is provided through this process is to be considered by council and staff to form part of the public record in forming any recommendation from staff's perspective and through further consideration of council. The other aspect of the report that's provided is a timeline, and this public meeting represents part of that statutory process that is referenced within the timeline. Other dates that are included are there would be an information report that would be provided to council, which is going to provide a summary and an account of all the public comments that have been received through this process. That is an information report, and that will form part of the public record and finalize the information that the township would be considering as we move through this process. The other date that's important to note is there's a July 15th date planned, where that would be a potential date for council to consider a recommendation report from staff. So as I noted, the information report is there for viewing to provide context. It's definitely there to provide an idea of where we're going with the process. And then I think the other aspect to this as well is there will be another report that will be coming forward on June 24th that deals with potential revisions to the licensing bylaw and the draft that was endorsed by council some time ago. I will jump into the presentation right now. The presentation that I will bring forward is...
Mr. Spagnol, I just want to jump back to make sure, just so we follow procedure that I may have skipped over, just so we start this meeting publicly. So what Mr. Spagnol has brought forward is to do with kind of the process that we're following and that has got us here. But I do want to start this off so we properly identify this application is 2026 ZBA 14, applicant of the Township of Oro-Medonte regarding the properties being considered at 6:30 p.m. time slot are as follows: 1 Pemberton Lane, 1165 Woodland Drive, 247 Moon Drive. The public meeting is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, obtained public comments with respect to zoning bylaw amendment application ZB 26 ZBA-14 submitted by the Township of Oro-Medonte on lands municipally known as 1 Pemberton Lane, 1165 Woodland Drive, 247 Moon Point Drive. And please be advised that this meeting is being digitally recorded for the purpose of the creation of a public record. Only after comments received from the public, the township staff, and requesting agencies will council make a decision on the zoning bylaw application. And the one thing I did want to identify before you continue, Mr. Spagnol, is, Madam Clerk, have we received any communication on or correspondence on these matters?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. For the 6:30 p.m. time slot, the following correspondence was received for 1 Pemberton Lane, 1165 Woodland Drive, and 247 Moonstone Road. Township of Oro-Medonte Building Division, dated May 22nd, 2026. Jerry and Marley Greenglass, dated May 23rd. Enbridge Gas, dated May 27th. Eddie Assetti, dated May 31st and June 4th. Les Kirsch, dated June 1st. Margaret Burghardt, dated June 1st. Mark Rosati, dated June 1st. Doreen Wheel, dated June 4th and June 5th. Julio and Christina Pontet, dated June 5th. Paul Sanderson, dated June 8th. Diana Wells, dated June 8th. Janet and Sarah Bumstead, Ann Amanda Dame, dated June 9th. Craig Walters, dated June 9th. Gord Green, dated June 9th. Les Jones, dated June 9th. Cynthia Tim and Laura Ferris, dated June 9th. Liz Kirk, dated June 10th. Howard and Brenda Bloomberg, June 10th. Bill Kirk, June 10th. Dean Blaine and multiple residents, dated June 10th, 2026.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. My apologies for that. And back to you, Mr. Spagnol.
And my apologies for any mispronunciation of anyone's names.
Oh, sorry, just one sec. You'd have to, did they miss your communication? Is that what you're pointing at? Okay. Okay. You know what? So just so you understand how the procedure will work, if she didn't read your name, and you can resubmit, or if you want to leave a copy tonight before you leave, because council will be reviewing all the materials again, and it will then be included in the report coming forward on the 24th of June. Okay? You can send it to council and planning would be, and or if you want to leave a copy tonight, either or would be great. Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Spagno, my apologies, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. So staff is prepared or is providing a presentation just to go over again the purpose and effect of the public meeting. We've covered a number of the points. The zoning bylaw that's being considered today really applies to 10 properties, does not apply to any properties outside of those 10 properties. It's not a township-wide bylaw. The proposed zone, I guess the decision from council will not be rendered this evening. This is strictly to receive comments and questions from the general public and stakeholders. The depiction on this slide really shows the legislative instruments or acts that apply that can be applied to regulating short-term rental accommodations. The slide shows the Planning Act, which deals with zoning, official plans, things related to land use planning. The slide shows Municipal Act, which ties in with licensing bylaws and things of that nature to deal with licensing. Tonight specifically, we are dealing with the Planning Act application for a zoning bylaw amendment to deal with these specific properties as outlined within a notice that many residents and members of the public would have received as part of this process. The proposed zoning bylaw provisions that are being considered really aim to establish permissions for short-term residential accommodation as a secondary use within dwelling units. The draft bylaw that's being considered establishes a minimum number of required parking spaces and limits that to 1 parking space per bedroom for an STRA use. Again, the reference is it's a secondary use to a dwelling unit. The draft bylaw also provides a definition of what short-term rental accommodation entails. That's provided on the screen, and essentially it is a residential dwelling unit or a dwelling unit that is rented for any portion of a period of less than 28 days as a secondary use to the dwelling unit. This does not include a bed and breakfast establishment, motel, hotel, hospital, boarding, lodging, or rooming house or residential care home. So it's important to reference that within the definition so there's a clear distinction as to what we're dealing with through the permissions that are being considered through this amendment process. And then the draft bylaw also provides a definition of what secondary use would entail. And as worded, it means a use secondary to the principal use of the property in the area of a property the secondary use occupies and or the number of days per year the property is used for the secondary use. It's important to note that in this case here, we're talking principal use to a residential dwelling unit, and that the township has also gone through a process to prepare a draft licensing bylaw that would aim to regulate short-term residential accommodations and provide further distinction and articulation as to what a secondary use would be. This slide just shows the general locations of the properties that are being considered through these site-specific rezonings, and is intended just to show the geographic extent and the general locations. I will now turn it over to my colleagues for the site-specific descriptions and overviews. Thank you.
Your Worship, members of council, the first property that I'm going to be speaking to is the property at 1 Pemberton Lane, and it's one of 3 properties that I'll be speaking to. The other 2 have been mentioned. They're on the slide there. If we could go to the slide dealing with Pemberton Lane. So this is the property at 1 Pemberton Lane. The official plan designation is shoreline. The existing zoning is limited service holding and agricultural rural, and the current use is residential. Pemberton Lane is a private lane. The property is located at the end of the lane, shown on the slide there. It's just south of Ridge Road West and east of Range Road. And the property backs onto Lake Simcoe. Thank you. Next slide, please. So the image on the left is an aerial of the property. It's quite a large property, as can be seen here. It's there is a residential uses on either side of the property. There is an open area, largely treed, opposite the property. The property itself is well treed. There's a long driveway leading to the residential unit. The image on the right also shows the public notice sign. Next slide, please. The neighboring properties, the property just to the east of the property is another single-family home, and that's the image on the left. And then the image on the right basically shows a vacant land, which is well treed, and that's the property to the east. Your worship, members of council, that concludes my presentation on the planning context and a summary of the application. Tonight's public meeting is to receive comments from the public. There'll be no decisions made at tonight's meeting, and a subsequent report will come forward to a council meeting summarizing the comments received tonight.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Van Voncourt. Council members, do you have any comments or questions to staff at this time? Seeing none, I will now ask the clerk, has anyone registered to speak in regarding to 1 Pemberton Lane via Zoom or in person?
Mr. Mayor, we don't have a specific registration for 1 Pemberton Lane. There may be people who registered that would like to speak to it. We do have a number of registrants, though.
Okay. So
5 registrants in total.
Are any of those online?
One potentially is, but I believe that gentleman may have now arrived in person.
Okay. So I will then open the floor up to anyone who would like to speak in regards to 1 Pemberton Lane as an application. So if there is, put up your hand, come to the mic, adjust it so you're speaking clearly into the end of it, and state your name and the property you're speaking to, which in this case would be 1 Pemberton Lane.
And Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to call out the registrants' names to determine whether or not they have registered for 1 Pemberton.
Sure, that's fine if you'd like.
I have Liz.
That would help.
Okay,
Perfect.
good. I have Liz Kirk. Are you here to speak? Hmm?
I'm talking on Moon Point Drive.
Okay, thank you.
And Bill Kirk, I guess the same. Okay. Steve Hockerluck?
Yeah, I might as well speak to Woodlands because that's the closest to me.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, Woodland.
Okay. And Janet Bumstead?
I believe that's Moon Point.
Moon Point, okay. Barry Sookman?
It's Moon Point?
Moon Point.
Okay.
And Darlene Avery.
Okay.
Perfect.
Well, it seems Moon Point wins for most popular topic. So, anyways, okay. So, is there any? I'll just call one more time.
I believe there is a gentleman who's just put up his hand.
Okay. So, in regards to 1 Pemberton Lane.
No, I put my name on the list for Moon Point.
Okay. Well, you know what? If we can deal with you. At the time when that property is, and once the people that are registered, and then we'll put you immediately after the last one that was named in the registry. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And I apologize for people at home. Just somebody thought they or identified as being registered that we didn't call off, so we've added that gentleman to follow the ones that were named as being registered to speak. Okay, so in regards to 1 Pemberton Lane, I believe I have had nobody who would like to speak to this. Therefore, I will now ask planning, has there been any communication received during the meeting in regard to 1 Pemberton Lane?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Written email correspondence received at 4:30 p.m. today from Kim Maxwell regarding 1 Pemberton Lane.
Okay. Now, that'll be added to the report coming back on the 24th, as everybody else who has submitted, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. Any final comments or from members of staff or council in regard to 1 Pemberton Lane? Then we will move on to the next item, which is 1165 Woodland Drive. So I will ask Mr. Van de Boncourt to give a presentation regarding this property, please.
Thank you, Worship. Members of council, I'll be speaking to the property at 1165 Woodland Drive. The official plan designates the property shoreline. The zoning of the property is shoreline residential exception 2, and the current use is residential. On the slide, it shows the property on Woodland Drive just at the bottom of line 15 south. The property fronts on Woodland Drive and backs onto Lake Simcoe. Next slide, please. The overhead on the left shows the property in the context of the neighboring properties. There's residential on either side of 1165 Woodland Drive. There's vacant land opposite the property, and you could see line 15 south there. On the image on the right shows the property from the street, including the public notice sign that was put there in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act. Next slide, please. So you have 2 images on this slide. You have an image on the left shows the treat area in front of the property, the screening from the road, and the image on the right shows the property, the immediate neighbor to the east. Next slide, please. So this concludes the staff overview of this particular property. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to receive comments from the public. There will be no decision arrived at tonight's meeting. There will be a subsequent report that will come forward to council at a future meeting summarizing the comments received tonight. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van de Boncourt. And I believe, Madam Clerk, you said that there was one person identified to speak to Woodland. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll deal with the people who have registered first to speak to this property, and then we will open it up to the rest of the gallery if there's anyone here who's come to speak to 1165 Woodland Drive. So, Mr. Howard Chuck, if you would like to make your way to the mic, state your name and the property address that you're speaking to, and proceed.
Hi, my name is Steve Howerluck, and I live at 29 Maplewood Parkway. I do have a written statement. I had written something in earlier, submitted something earlier. I'll make sure that I email it. I do have a written statement, and just kind of a general observation that I've noticed throughout the day today is I keep on hearing it's a well-treed property. Noise travels through the trees. It's very important. It's more important, I think, to say how big the property is, how many square feet the home is, as opposed to trees. Because I'll tell you, that noise just blasts right through the trees and the surrounding neighborhoods. My apologies. First, I should actually address Mayor Greenlaw, council members, staff, and fellow residents. I thank you very much for the time to allow me to present what I have to say. It's very important, I feel. So the one thing was about the treed properties. The other thing I kind of noticed is these properties that are these 10, obviously quite often referred to as preferred 10, they seem to be really well selected. It's not very indicative of what we hear a lot. There have been times this room's been packed, overflowing, and the residents are fuming because of what's been happening to next door. But these are small homes, quiet residentials. Mr. Young, you once asked me about my experience. Is it only on weekends? And it's not in my statement. We'll say it. So we'll talk to it. So anyways, if I can continue. I'm sure that the council members and the staff don't have any of these preferred 10 next door to their homes. And that's because you don't want the chaos and the obnoxious noise and activity next door to your home. You want your families to feel safe and secure in your home. That's what the residents of Oro-Medonte want for their families as well. I'm here to oppose 2026 ZBA 14. You know that STR properties are not compatible within a residential zone, which is why in zoning bylaws 9795, they are identified as a permitted use in Horseshoe Valley 1 and not identified as a permitted use in residential zones. There was sufficient foresight during the planning and the creation of zoning bylaw 9795 to ensure that STR activity would only be available in a managed resort area and not become a disruptive, chaotic disturbance to township residents. What strikes me odd is, why are you looking to make this amendment? No one wants it. Well, I'm sure there are some people that want it, but the residents do not. The voting taxpayers do not want it because this property does not conform nor is compatible use in a residential zone. Additionally, it lowers the neighborhood property value. Who wants to live next to an STR? No one, not even the operators. That's an uncontested fact I made during the OLT tribunal. Mayor Greenlaw, you observed firsthand in our neighborhood the chaos you are now willing to impose on us. Even though the bylaw office records do not indicate complaints on the properties of Maplewood Parkway and most other locations, you know that I and others have made numerous calls to the bylaw office and to the OPP, and we presented the OPP log numbers at the OLT tribunal. Zoning amendments are not required. STR operators should be directed to invest in Village 1, and strong enforcement of bylaw 9795 residential uses should be mandated and upheld. You let in 10, and the 200 plus will scream prejudice. Let me remind you why STRs are not compatible in residential zones. The renters come excited. They also come with a feeling of entitlement to party. They pay $1,200 plus per night. Even though the occupancy is advertised as a max of 12 occupants, the reviews state they were sometimes 16 to 20 people. The operators don't care. They just want their daily rate. No one cares that your children have gone to bed or that you need to wake up in the morning to go to work. No one cares that it's after 11 p.m. and they should tone down. And they're entitled to party. They pay their $1,200 per night. And if OPP come around to calm things down, it's a momentary pause. For as soon as the police leave, they double down on the noise and in many cases express threats to you and your family. Unlike Village 1, no one is on site to monitor unacceptable noise levels, foul language, levels of intoxication, drug use, or fighting. This is why zoning bylaw 9795 appropriately identifies Village 1 as the only place STRs can legally operate because it's a managed recreational zone. It's unrelenting hours of non-stop noise next to your home. Remember, 12 to 20 occupants. Imagine non-stop recess or sports tournaments next to your home, screaming, yelling, crying from morning till night. Large group of young adults with non-stop foul language, and their music lasts the same. Adults, the volume increases throughout the day to match their level of intoxication. Unattended fires as everyone rushes indoors for shots and forget about the raging fire, the bonfire they just lit. You'd think they've finally gone to sleep, and then at 3 a.m., someone decides it's a great time to go outside, blast music, sing and dance. Every day, morning through night, 7 days a week. You can't entertain at your home. The STR noise is relentless. You can't even hear yourselves talk. You are forced to stay indoors in the summer, especially if you have kids, due to the foul language. And there's no peace indoors either, because the bass just vibrates right through the house. You can't enjoy the fresh air. You can't hear the birds sing. All you hear is screaming, yelling, loud music, foul language. 7 days a week, day in, day out. The stress that this brings is unbearable. The fear of retaliation should you call police, as mentioned. you never know what's going to happen. You don't know what they're going to say because bylaw does not come around after hours, and nor do they record any incidents. We, the residents, never willingly bought our homes next to an STR, nor do we want one in our neighborhood. We are voting residents, and you should be protecting us in our rights, keeping us safe, as STR occupants are volatile, unpredictable, especially when requested to settle down. The operators convert an affordable family home by doubling the size to accommodate more occupants. It's a loss of a residence, loss of a family, loss of voters. So why are you doing this? Why are you not living up to the promise you made 3.5 years ago? In 6 months, we will vote again. The residents, not the transient occupants, the operators are few. That disheartened residents many. Don't you want to leave a positive legacy to your term in council? Please respect our rights and privileges as residents. Additionally, I just want to say that per section 5.24, prohibited uses, bylaw 2015-192, the following uses are prohibited in any zone. Item H, obnoxious uses. That is exactly what an STR hotels are. It's an obnoxious use of a residential property and a major disruption to neighboring resident life. Please direct the STR operators to run their businesses in Village 1 and not in residential zones. Furthermore, I just wanted to kind of make another couple comments. On Maplewood Parkway, they've taken small homes, they're nice bungalows, they've leveled them, they've made them huge 5,000 square foot homes. On paper, they're registered as 4, maybe 5 bedrooms. Advertised 7+. So how many cars are going to be allowed in the driveway? Who's going to monitor this? Do we have to call? Woodlands is a small road. It's not very wide. There's no room for cars to park. There are barely rooms to park in the driveways. People park on the roads. How is everybody going to get by? It's really tight. And if there's an emergency, it's chaos. It's bad now. Forget about as the STRs start coming in. Because remember, you let in 10, they're going to sue. They want them all. As mentioned, Sun Travels. There was a comment made earlier by one of the owners that, the reviews are there, that they're great, it's so positive and everything. And I'm glad for her and her experience and her neighbor's experience. But I'll tell you that our experiences were not like that. And I can't go onto those websites and put down my comments and add my 2 cents about what's been going on. I can't say that these people threatened me multiple times, that I had to call the police multiple times. And the police come and they really don't do much. They say, well, they'll be gone in a couple days. But the next group comes in, 11 o'clock out, 2 o'clock in, day out, 7 days a week. It's horror. It's horror. So you pick these 10. They seem very nice, too nice. They're not indicative of reality. And I think that needs to be stated and really objectively looked at. We need reality here, not just some pleasantries. I thank you for your time. If you have any questions?
Council, I don't think there's any questions for clarity. So I thank you very much for your comments. But what I'm going to kind of try and lay out as what the meeting that we're in right now is and what the intention of the meeting is to achieve. And it's each individual property that comes before. So, Steve has given something that we've heard for the last, or I've heard for the last 8 years. And thank you for those comments. But I'm going to ask that people, rather than this become an echo chamber exercise, excuse me.
Yeah, please finish. Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, what we would like as we move through this process is you speak to specifically 1165 and what the issues are, because that's the only thing we're discussing at this point in time, is the application of 1165 to be considered for a rezoning. And that is what I want to keep the discussion to. And I know we're all very passionate about this issue because it's been going on for a long time, and we got to bring it to a close and a solution.
True.
So that all I'm asking is, thanks for your comments, but I'm asking that can we speak to the property that is in front of us when we come up and keep the comments to that property?
So point made, and I am speaking to Woodlands. I didn't speak to Moon Point because that's too
No,
far
no.
away, nor any other place. I'm speaking to Woodlands because it's close. I don't know who the operator is. They're not here. Nobody's here to speak to what it's about.
No,
Well,
but,
why
but,
didn't you
but,
speak earlier?
okay, look, this is
So,
not a
I know,
discussion period.
But this
Thank-
is what is potentially coming down because I'm not sure what he's going to do.
Listen.
We don't know how he's going to act.
Okay, can I speak for a minute?
Sure.
Okay, thank you for your comments. They've been heard, and we'll move on through the process. Okay, but I'm just saying generalities. I want us to speak specifically to issues with the property that is before us at that time, and not general. We've heard them over the last 8 years, and I want to focus on what we're dealing with. And this is an application for individual properties, and 10 of them have been listed for tonight's meeting. Okay.
Sure. If we could then find out from the property owner, because he's here, how long has he been a resident?
If he wishes to speak, he can speak.
Right.
I'm not here to tell people who can and can't. Okay, so.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could remind people to keep the chatter down in the gallery so that staff and other members of the public can hear the comments being made.
Yeah, no, thank you. Okay, so is there anyone else registered to speak to the property on Woodland Drive? Yes?
I don't know if I'm registered.
Oh, you don't have to be registered to speak. If you want to speak to Woodland Drive, yeah, please just come to the mic, give your name, please, and proceed.
Hello, everyone. My name is Martha Hinton. Hello. I live directly beside the property that we are talking about. I'm here to speak for my husband as well. He's away on business. People enter into this a lot of different ways. I understand that, and I will say, no, we have no problem with, our neighbors in terms of they listen to us when we have things that we want to speak about. But it goes beyond that, and I know that. And I think one comment that stuck out to me with the gentleman who was speaking before is, if you kind of put yourself into another person's place, it hits differently. It lands a little bit differently. And my complaints are not hypothetical. They're actually, I don't even have to go too far back in the bank, my memory bank, to kind of pull them up, even last week. And again, you guys, I don't ever think that there's, monstrous people. They come, they rent a beautiful house. It sleeps 12, so it's a lot of people. And I can't remember the exact date, but they were there, and there's an exuberance that people bring with them when they are in a beautiful space and they're renting. They want to very much enjoy it, which I understand. I have been to hotels, I've been to resorts, and that exuberance on repeat is hard to live beside. I will say that. And I don't think that that's what residents should be asked to do. Just the other night, my husband and I are both up at 5:30 in the morning. Were they evil and awful? No, they were outside, and a bunch of kids were outside, and everyone's on the trampoline, and they're having fun. But it's 12, and I'm up in 5 hours, and I'm tired. And I don't think they mean to, and I do believe that. At least my experience with the property, it's not that they're meaning to do that, but they're not your neighbors, and they're not people that you have a relationship with, and there's not a familiarity where you can kind of anticipate what a night's going to be like or a weekend's going to be like. And, I know you hear stories like this all of the time, and I can appreciate that. But I can also appreciate that my life savings have gone into this house, and I've got a 10-year-old and I have a 13-year-old, and even in the fall, there was a turnover, and there were, I'm going to say, I don't know exactly how many, and I don't. I'm going to guess 8, 9, 10, all young men. I don't know who they are. I never had a heads up of who they were, what they were doing. It's uncomfortable. I have a 10-year-old kid. I've got a 13-year-old kid. I don't know who they are at all in any way, shape, or form. And
Okay, guys, there's no if you want to speak, everyone has their turn. There's not conversations back and forth.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So.
Okay, excuse me, sir. Okay. I'm asking you to respect okay, thank you.
So on my end, I didn't know who it was. And again, when you don't have conversations in between, kind of saying like, hi, it's unsettling to have that. And, You know, I think everyone can in this room can appreciate you work really hard. Everyone works hard. You come home after your day at work and you want to be in your house and you want to feel like you're in your house. And there's an awkwardness that I don't think I have to go into detail about, where you don't know the people, you don't, and again, that newness to all of it, and it's not what we signed up for when we, you know, invested our entire life savings in our house. It's not what we ever kind of thought was going to happen. And when people say that they don't like it and this and that, it's like, if you're living right beside it, you know, even last week, again, were they bad? No, they were people having a nice time, but the amount of cars in the driveway, on the roads, like, this isn't hypothetical, this is a very real thing. And you come home and with your kids and you're like, this isn't what we were going for. I won't keep going on because that was the point that I wanted to make. I wanted to bring just a very kind of human part to this. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this property? Please come to the mic and state your name.
My name is Jan Barlis. I live at 849 Woodland Avenue. I just want to give a live example. I've had pictures of what was happening on Saturday, this past Saturday, in front of the property. And this is in the morning, there was like 8 cars and they had spilled over into the road. And that road on Woodland is very narrow. And they are taking up a lot of property on the road. And this is concerning to me. I don't like cars spilling over into the roadway. And these were overnight and they had American license plates. So I know they were visiting. I don't know if they're your family or it was rented that weekend, but there was like 8 cars and I have pictures.
Okay, thank you. If it's up to you if you want to submit them as an application and a letter in, please forward it to planning, please. Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak at this time? Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, yes, please come to the mic and just state your name, please.
I'm Darlene. I live on Woodland. We've been fighting for this for a long time. For that address, I know alone, just last weekend or whatever, there was lots of cars all over the place. I always worry about the septic or the environmental issue. There's a lot of people using the septic system. Our houses are like, some of us, we only have like 50 and 60 foot lots. So they're like, our houses are right beside each other. You can hear everything, and it's very disruptive. I don't know what else to say.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, could you just state your last name for the record?
Darlene Hoover.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Darlene Hooben.
Hooben.
Yeah, it's just, our houses are so tight. Like if they were like farther apart, there was more of a distance, maybe, but Woodland Drive is so narrow already.
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you very much for your comment. Anybody else who'd like to speak to this property? I don't see any. Then I'll ask staff, have you received any additional comments during this meeting?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Correspondence received today at 3:03 p.m. from Tom Beck. Correspondence received at 3:04 p.m. from Martha Hinton. And correspondence received today at 3:40 p.m. from Jeff Brockman.
Okay, and they'll be added to the report coming back on the 24th with all the other submissions,
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Are there any final comments from staff or council in regards to this property? Okay, so then we will move on to the third property, which is 247 Moon Point Drive. Mr. Vandeboncourt, would you like to present this one for me, please?
Thank you, Worship. Members of Council, yes, I'll be speaking to the property at 247 Moon Point Drive. The official plan designation for this property is shoreline. The property is zoned shoreline residential exception 2, And, oh, we don't have the slides up yet. We'll just, there we go.
Thank you.
So, as I was saying, the property is designated shoreline in the official plan. The zoning is shoreline residential exception 2, and the current use is residential. The property fronts on Moon Point Drive, backs on to Lake Simcoe. It's just south of the intersection of Warbler Way. You can see on the slide. Next slide, please. So the image on the left is the aerial, and you can see that this property is amongst a number of residential properties that back onto Lake Simcoe. The land across from the property is treed and vacant, and it's just south, as I said, of Warbler Way. The image on the right shows the property, one of the driveways to the property, along with the public notice sign required as per the requirements of the Planning Act. Next slide, please. This is an image of the property again, the driveway showing some of the vegetation in front of the property and on the property, and the neighboring property just to the north. Next slide, please. This is an image of the second driveway to the property. Again, you can see the vegetation around the property. It's an irregular shaped property. It's right at the bend in the road at Moon Point Drive, and it's serviced, as I said, by 2 driveways. Your Worship, that concludes my overview of the property. So indicated, the purpose of tonight's meeting is to receive comments from the public. There will be no decision reached at tonight's meeting. A subsequent report will be prepared and brought forward to council at a later date. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Van Voncoeur. Just one thing I want to do. I know there are a number of people registered for this property, Madam Clerk, but there was one gentleman who said he had registered and his name wasn't read. So I just want to get that name so we can add it, so you're the first person after the ones that have registered.
Thank you. The name is Howard, H-O-W-A-R-D, last name Wise, W-I-S-E.
So Howard Wise, if you can add that. And then if you could call forward the first person that's registered to speak.
Liz Kirk.
Ms. Kirk, if you just state your name, adjust the mic first and foremost, please, because we're recording this and I want people at home to be able to hear. And if just state your name and then proceed when you're ready, please.
Okay. Liz Kirk, Moon Point Drive. Honorable Mayor, Council, and staff. Zoning bylaws exist to protect neighborhoods and people who live in the neighborhoods. Operating a short-term rental in a residential area is not a permitted use. The township needs to intervene when a short-term rental operator disrespects the law, especially when the operator attempts to intimidate neighbors. Residents should not have to fear being confronted by short-term rental operators or renters when they speak up about issues affecting their community. Even more concerning is the behavior associated with some short-term rental owners or operators. Residents have experienced intimidation in their own neighborhoods. It is unacceptable that people cannot walk down a street without being intimidated by owners of short-term rentals, pacing in front of the driveway, or by removing signs from private property, or taking pictures as you walk down the street. Does this sound like the behavior of a responsible short-term rental owner or operator? The short-term rental owners are now asking council to reward them for the behavior that has been operating outside the law by bringing an application for zoning bylaw amendment on their behalf. I ask you, is that fair? Residents voted this council with the understanding they would address and shut down illegal short-term rentals. When less than 6 months remaining in the term, many residents expect council to stand by the commitments they were elected to uphold and protect our neighborhood. Please do not weaken the regulatory protections by any further by granting exceptions that will set a precedent for permanently changing our neighborhoods. Please deny these applications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kirk. And the next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Bill Kirk.
It's okay, he's gonna forgo because I would have to speak on his behalf, so I can't speak twice, so it's okay.
Okay. Janet Bumstead.
Oh, Miss Bumstead, sorry, yeah, perfect. So just so that
Okay.
we can hear you, and do state your name, please.
First of all, Honorable Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm Janet Bumstead, 263 Moon Point Drive, Oro-Medonte, and have enjoyed the property for 47 years. Both 263 and the applicant 247 are waterfront properties in Lake Simcoe lowlands. We homeowners benefit from the natural heritage system across from our property. This cattail marsh provides improved quality of our water. Forests, wetlands, wildlife corridors, and all other natural features are precious to me. Homes with private sewage and water systems need responsible monitoring, servicing for our safety and the health of Lake Simcoe. Not all short-term rental strangers have much knowledge about that system. Hotel-like use is not compatible. In 2006, our Member of Provincial Parliament, Representative Garfield Dunlop, supported our community and Lake Simcoe at an OLT hearing. He said he wanted to throw his support behind the residents, naturalists, conservation clubs, and he opposed the plan. In 2008, we supported him and Lake Simcoe when he tabled the Lake Simcoe Protection Act at Queen's Park. We took a bus down, sat in the gallery, and cheered. Waterfront rentals attract strangers in the holiday mood, and they're ready to party. When there is behavior that disrupts the safety of our community, who should deal with the issues? The property owner isn't there. I have felt concern about safety and well-being. Our community is a neighborhood. We have a lot of seniors who are nervous. We really cannot accept a property being rezoned when I've been told that once rezoned, it won't go back. So I'm appealing for status quo. And I thank you to preserve the long-term health of Lake Simcoe and the neighborhood. I would like the zoning to remain the same. Thank you for your consideration. I do have Not very professional because my printer ran out of ink. A picture of the Natural Heritage Zone. And I'm quite happy to share it with council.
Your staff.
Some are black. I ran out of color.
Okay.
But I thought that natural heritage zone is so important. And because we're in Lake Simcoe lowlands, I feel we need protection. Climate change is coming. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Bumstead. Okay. Madam Clerk, we have the next speaker, please.
Barry Sookman.
Mr. Sookman, you just readjust the mic and proceed when ready, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillor, for the opportunity to appear today. I apologize for being so formal. I was in court all day yesterday and all day today, and it took me 2.5 hours to get up here. I didn't have time to change, so I'm not trying to look like a stuck-up city slicker. I just apologize for this. I much prefer my cottage attire with shorts and a t-shirt rather than something like this, and I can assure you I'm not getting on my paddleboard looking like this. Mayor and councillors, I grew up in cottage life. When I was a kid, all my friends were off to camp, but my parents said, no, we're renting a cottage. And every single summer when I was a kid, we went up to the cottage. I learned to swim there. I learned how to row a boat there. I learned about cottage life. I learned to enjoy cottage. I learned to respect people who lived at the cottage. And when I got older, I started thinking about my kids and my grandkids. I've got 2 children. They're both married. And I have 6.5 grandchildren. I'm expecting another one. I'm not sure what it's going to be yet. But the reason I have my cottage is to enjoy it for my family, to have my children and my grandchildren learn the value of cottage life, to get the experience of learning how to kayak and how to canoe and how to enjoy the water. And my kids and my grandkids absolutely love the cottage. And my kids and grandkids have learned the importance of our neighbors, and my kids regularly speak to our neighbors and play with our neighbor's dog. It's very, very important that our cottage remain a family cottage. And my goal is to keep it as a family cottage and to have my kids keep it as a family cottage. And one of the reasons that I rent is to cover the costs. And one of the reasons that I'm pursuing this application is to ensure that when I pass away, and Mayor, you just never know how long it's going to be. I'm 71, but according to my longevity tests, I've got a longevity of 59. And so I'm actually hoping that I'm going to be around to enjoy the cottage for another 20 years. I'm still working, but I'm hoping when I retire to spend even more time at the cottage with my family and with my children and with my grandchildren. We bought the cottage 10 years ago, and when we bought it, my wife was looking for certain things. Anything that I've ever done, it's been on the good advice of my wife, and you can keep this in your records, Mayor. And she was looking for a large property where the kids could grow up and play. Our cottage is 3/4 of an acre, and the frontage has pine trees, and it's shielded from the street. We have large trees on one of the sides, which again, my wife, who's has some illnesses, loves to sit under there, tranquil, watching the lake. So the property itself is a large property. We have considerable distance between our neighbors, and it works out, I think, just fine. I'd like to say, Mayor, that I know there's been letters that have been sent in, and we haven't seen them yet, and so I'm making some comments today. I only found out around 12 that I was going to do it, so I didn't have that much time because I was in court to do it. So I'm going to give you some comments, but I'd like to reserve the ability to respond to some of the letters if needed. Hopefully there won't be much to do. In my case, the other reason I'm pursuing this zoning application is really to ensure that when the township enacts a licensing bylaw, and I heard Mrs. Spagnell say, I think that we're going to hear something at maybe June 24th. So something's very imminent. And the only reason we're pursuing this is so that we do not have to have a dispute later on about whether we're entitled to get a license. We understand the township's position as to who's going to get a license. We're of the view, Your Worship, as you know, that based on the divisional court decision, what we're doing is legal, but that's neither here nor there. We're pursuing this just to confirm that we'll be able to continue doing what we're doing, and we're quite prepared, as every other property that pursues the same process, to live by the license, which will define the secondary uses, which will have limits on number of people, will have limits on parking, and will have very significant administrative monetary penalties. So for those people who think that there'll be a rezoning and it's carte blanche, that actually is not the case. We know that council has worked really tirelessly to try to put into place a general regime with respect to administrative monetary penalties. And we know the intention, frankly, is to be able to throw the book at people who are renting either without a license or who are renting, who have a license, but who are not honoring kind of the rules of the road. And I am absolutely fine with that because we don't anticipate to be on the wrong side of it. And if there are bad apples who get the zoning, we know that the license regime that will be in place will not only have administrative monetary penalties, but will have the right to revoke the licenses. And what that means is that even today, if people are able to rent legally, and again, I know that's not up for debate now, what this means is that if they act irresponsibly, the council or the enforcement officers will be able to whack those people with high administrative monetary penalties and also be able to remove the license. So what that actually does is it reverses any position that people might have had about their legality to rent. And I do not impose that because I think the township should have the legal tools in order to ensure that people are using their property properly. And if they're breaking the rules and causing disturbances, the township should have the tools to come in and stop it. That's why I think that when I take you through the property, I think you'll see that the property does meet the criteria of the official plan and of the good planning principles. But I also accept that with the license regime, there is that added protection that any use is going to be subject to the license regime. I also want to point out that the township's strategy here has been to try to get property owners to apply for a change to the zoning in order for them to get licenses. And anybody who wants to get a license, right, given the township position on what's legal and what's not, again, this is not the place to debate it, is going to need to get a license. So these applications for these 10 are really following the process that the township put in place with the official plan. So this hearing today is similar to any other hearing that anybody else would have if they wanted to apply to have their property rezoned. That is the current policy, and I'm respecting that policy by virtue of the application that's being made here. And again, it's not whether I need it or not, but we want to have an end to fighting with council. We want council before the election to be able to resolve everything amicably, put in a regime, and for those properties that have applied and are deserving of the zoning to get it. So that's kind of where I stand on that. I want to say a few things about our property, mayor and council members and members of the planning staff. Our use of the property is a secondary use. And I realize that there's going to be a definition of secondary use in the licensing bylaw, but there is no question in my mind that whatever those rules are, we're going to meet it. Our primary use is as a secondary vacation property. We spend time there. My family spends time there. My kids spend time there. Our relatives spend time there. So that is the primary use of our cottage. And yes, we do rent it, right? So the idea of limiting the zoning to secondary use makes absolute sense. I don't think the township wants to have, and I wouldn't support something that says short-term rentals as the primary use. That is not a good policy, but secondary use in my submission is. So our property definitely would meet whatever the criteria are. I can tell you as well that in terms of who we rent to, I do the renting myself, and I am scrupulously careful about who I rent to. And the people that I want to rent to are families with kids. Ideally, and this is the ideal family that I rent to, it's a 3-generation family. It's grandparents, parents, and little kids. I know when I have those kinds of people, I will never have a problem. You got mature adults, you got kids who go to bed early, and then you have parents who are just exhausted from doing stuff during the day with their kids. So I know that that's not going to be a problem, and that's who we try to rent to. I will not rent to weekend warriors. I say no to more rentals than I will say yes to, because to me, I'm not trying to do this for a profit. I'm just trying to cover costs. So I don't accept a lot of people who want to book. I say no to a lot of people. And if they don't meet the criteria, I don't care if I don't rent to them. I know my neighbors, and I got to tell you, I really like my neighbors and respect my neighbors. And the last thing I want to get from my adjacent neighbors is a complaint. That is the absolute last thing that I want. I speak to my neighbors, I'm friendly with the neighbors. Our neighbors have told me that they're not opposing my short-term rentals. They actually like to see little kids in the water swimming, but that's what I want. I do not ever want to have a complaint, and so that's why I'm extremely careful with who I rent to. The character of the people I rent to use the property for a residential use. I know the township characterizes short-term rentals as commercial, and I'm not going to debate that with you, but what I am saying is that the people that I rent to using the property for residential use. They come up with their families. They use the cottage the way I would use the cottage, right? They enjoy the amenities with the kids. They play in the backyard. They take their kids swimming, right? So in my view, it is maintaining the character of the neighborhood. Also, I'm cognizant from being around this issue, probably for too long, Mayor, that most of the complaints that come up relate to, you know, the weekend warriors in the summer. I actually like to be up in the cottage in the summer. And
Mr. Suchman, I'm just going to ask you to adjust the mic a bit because like you fade out now and then. I want to make sure we catch everything. My apologies. Thank you.
No, sorry, Mayor. It
Yeah,
may
it's
be
much
me. I'm kind of fading from 2 days in court, so I'm sorry if it's not the mic, but I'll do the best I do the best I can. So I know the issue, right, has often been in the summer months, and we actually like to spend time up there in the summer. My kids take their vacations up there, right, and so we've got lots of reasons why we're there. But when I rent, and this is in our rules, in fact, even the way we run it, I will not rent for less than 5 days in the summer, and typically the people are between 5 and 10 days. So this is not, you know, a hotel, people coming and going, right, in the summertime. This is something I'm adamant about. And even if I have my cottage free and someone says, can I come up for a weekend in July and August, I say no, because I want to be sure that it's minimum 5, and also because if it's 5 days, I'm going to get a family. If it's 2 days, maybe it'll be a family, maybe not, but I wouldn't rent if it wasn't. But again, I just want to be sure that what I'm not having are people coming and going just for weekends, like it appears to be a hotel. So I'm very, very careful about renting, particularly in the summer. So I mentioned that our cottage is 3/4 of an acre. As I said, the front is lined with mature cedar trees, and we've got 2 lilac trees and another tree which provides for privacy. The sides of our property, one of the sides has big trees, and we've got kind of bushes and some trees on the other side. There is easy access to our property via Memorial and on Woodland. We have 2 driveways. We could fit 8 to 10 cars in our driveway, but we have a maximum rule, and the maximum rule is 4 cars. I don't care how, and generally speaking, I have a maximum number of people who can come, no more ever than 2 per bedroom. But it doesn't matter to me if they might want to have more cars, right? You know, the husband is coming, the wife is coming, the son is coming, no more than 10 cars, because I don't want the property to look like, you know, there's cars all over the place. I make sure that nobody can park on the street. Everybody has to park their car in the driveway. I'm very adamant that there shouldn't be any obstruction on streets, that everybody has to park in the driveway. Before we rent the property, I require every single person to agree to our house rules and a house manual. So in other words, when someone wants to rent, I ask them who they are, I ask them how many people, I ask them if it's a family, I ask them what the purpose is, I make sure it's not for a party or anything like that. I try to find out how old they are. If it's kids, high schools, forget it. I don't care if they say it's relatives and we're all relatives, but we're under 25. Forget it, right? Like I just won't rent to those people. But whoever does rent has to agree to our house rules. And then after they agree to book, I send them a text confirming that they agree to the house rules. And then just before they come, when I give them the directions, I remind them of the house rules. And the rules require that every single guest has to read the rules and every single guest has to read the manual, right? I'm adamant that we have people who are aware of how the property has to be treated. And I won't take it through every single rule because I might be here till too late. But I can tell you some of the things that are front and center in the rules and which are of utmost concern to me. Outdoor parties and events and loud outdoor music are simply not allowed. There's a maximum number of people on the property, and if they rent, they can't just bring other people on. There's a maximum number that can book and a maximum that are allowed on the property. The guests have to agree to refrain from causing any type of nuisance or annoyance to neighbors. And I've said any noise or nuisance complaint received by a neighbor is cause for immediate termination of a booking. So if I get a call that someone has caused a nuisance, I have the right and I have no hesitation to throw them out. And I expressly reserve that in the rules because I will not countenance on my property people causing noise or nuisance. Now, hopefully the people I rent to wouldn't, but again, I want to be really careful, and that's in my rules. The guests have to agree to use the property in compliance with all applicable laws, including bylaws, including noise and nuisance bylaws. There's no noise after 10 o'clock, no music, shouting, congregating, drinking, or partying outdoors. These are really important to me. Guests are not permitted to wander into neighboring properties. Any communication with a neighbor has to be held in a respectful manner. I will not tolerate a guest speaking badly to one of my neighbors, right? Like, to me, my neighbors are precious, and I do not want any guest to interfere in any way or do anything disrespectful to my neighbors. I have rules related to when they drive, they have to drive slowly on the street. They got to watch out for children. I want to be sure, even though we don't have many kids playing on our street, right, that if there are kids, that the drivers are driving carefully. As for garbage, I take care of that. I've got garbage bins. I do various things. I have a cleaner whose job it is to make sure that garbage gets addressed so it doesn't become a nuisance. And I have a rule that says the property can only be used for the disclosed purposes. And it goes on to say, any violation of any rule is cause for an immediate termination of the booking without a refund. So people know up front what those rules are, and I've got this general right to terminate their right to stay there if they violate a rule. And I've never had to exercise it because I've never had a complaint about them, but I would not hesitate to do it in order to protect the neighborhood. We have an outdoor surveillance system. It's disclosed in our rules. It's all around the property. And I do that so that I can monitor what's going on. I'm not invading privacy because I've told people that it's there, but I will check periodically, number of cars. Is it the right number of cars? Are they trying to have more people than they're supposed to? Because if they are, And if I hear noise, then I will be able to make a call to them right away. The other reason I have the cameras all around the property, frankly, is so that if I get a call from a neighbor, I can immediately look and see what's going on in the property so that I can make a call. I have the phone numbers of everybody who stays there. I can text them, I can call them. And if something happens, I can do it. I'm available 7/24 if there's a problem, and I have a cleaning staff who've been with me now since we bought the property, I think for 10 years. And if she lives in the area, if there's a problem, she could be at the property in 15 minutes. And occasionally someone doesn't know how to turn on a barbecue or something, and she'll drive over and show them. So she's around to be able to do that. On our shoreline, Mayor, we put in a new septic tank a couple of years ago. We got a permit. I wanted to be extra sure that there was not going to be a problem with our septic system. And so we hired an engineer, we completely changed our septic system. And in fact, the engineer told me that he's over-engineered it. I told him we'd do some short-term rentals, and he said, okay, I'm going to over-engineer it. I said, we still don't use it like more than my family when we all come up, but you know, he felt that that was the thing to do, and so that was fine with me. So we are, you know, very alert to the fact that the septic system has to be, you know, has to be the right size. We maintain it. You know, we get also the notices from the council all the time, right, about the need to check it, and we do. I'm getting to the end, Mayor. I see you're getting a little bit edgy. I won't go too long, but I just want to say that when it comes to the septic, we're very alert to that. Our shoreline is also protected by rocks along the lakefront, and we have trees and bushes around there. I won't address any of the comments made by the neighbors, but I think what they were really talking about were general things. I didn't hear anything specific to my property. There may still be something that somebody says, and I might need to address that later when I look at the letters. But I really want to compliment the council on the steps it's taking to try to finally put an end to fighting and put in place a regime. And I support that and will work with the council. I just want to be sure that I'm in a position to continue to rent and don't have to have any kind of further disputes with the council about my ability and my family's ability to rent their cottage. Subject to any questions you have, those were the quick comments I was able to put down.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Sookman. I guess the only thing I would put out there is that if you haven't submitted anything in writing or things such as your contract that lays out all these components that may support your application, you may want to put something in writing to the planning department so they can bundle it up with their package when they come back with an information report in 2 weeks.
That's good advice, Mayor. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. And yes, for clarification, Mr. Deputy
Yes,
Mayor.
thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Sookman. A point of clarification, I don't believe I heard which property you were talking about.
I'm talking about my property, 247 Moon Point Road.
Thank you. I only heard you say your name, and perhaps
sorry.
that was me.
No, perfect. There's no other questions of clarity at this time. Then thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Sookman. And Madam Clerk, could you call the next speaker, please?
Darlene Avery.
Hi, Ms. Avery. Just adjust the microphone, so
I'll try. Down?
please. Thank you.
Okay. Darlene Avery, 201 Moon Point Drive. Mayor Greenlaw, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, and councillors. I want to address the rise of intimidation, harassment, and a lack of safety and security on Moon Point. These precise issues directly prove that no STR is compatible in our residential area, and why 247 Moon Point must never be allowed to rezone their property to a secondary use. If this is allowed, it can be sold, and it can never ever go back to just being a residential area. It will always be a secondary use. Commercial accommodation in a residential neighborhood is incompatible with the nature of our community. Case in point. Many of us have bought and installed signs simply saying homes are not hotels. Some residents would not allow these signs on their property, citing fear of vandalism and revenge, to use their words. And it began. Many signs were damaged or stolen, cowards who committed the felonies at night. On June 4th, during the night, two of our signs, my husband and mine, and one of our neighbors next to us, our signs were stolen right from our property. Friday, I reported this crime to the OPP, who immediately sent out an officer. He said it is a provincial offense, and we should never take that lightly, his words. This intimidation can escalate, he said. We were advised to increase our cameras for the third time. We had, first of all, security in our home. Then we had to have cameras on our driveway. And then he said, no, you still need more if you're afraid of what's going to happen. We were given 3 numbers to call immediately if needed. And then there will be, get this, a nightly OPP surveillance of our street, Moon Point Drive. Now we have a case number and an open investigation. We have been there for over 30 years, and we have never, ever had to call the police until now. It is now documented and real. The fear, the intimidation, and the total lack of safety for ourselves and for our property. No commercial STR is compatible in a residential area, and 247 must never, ever be allowed to rezone it as such. It's a secondary area. Our neighbors, we have faced many, many things over the past few years. The jail that we got together, Warbler Way, and we always worked together as a neighborhood. Now it's not that way anymore. We have neighbors pitted against neighbors. And I don't know who's responsible for stealing the signs, but I thought, I don't know if I should report this because I was intimidated. My husband said yes. And the police said, you did the right thing. And so now it's kind of strange. We looked at our camera the other night, and at 1:25, there's a OPP officer going through our neighborhood. This is kind of scary for us. So that's our story, and I'm hoping you'll listen to it because it's real, and we are sort of afraid of what's going to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Howard Wise.
Mr. Wise, you're kind of a taller gentleman, so.
I've learned.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, council members, and staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I would advise Mr. Serkman, if he wants to avoid the tie, to do what I did, move up more from downtown Toronto and spend more time at the cottage, and then you have to put on the tie before you make submissions to council. So I appreciate his problem that he suffered from today. And I want to respond or address the issue of obviously a 247 Moon Point, and also have the opportunity, having heard Mr. Serkman's eloquent submissions to you, make comment on that, if I may, of a couple of points that he raised during his submissions. But first of all, I think we all know that it's the purpose of council to act in the community interest, and the community interest in this instance is Moon Point. And our community has to be looked at holistically, not based on one property and one landowner's desire for that property. It is currently zoned in a particular way, and this is an application for a site special amendment. So I would posit to you that you have essentially 5 things to consider. The first, is it in the community, and I'm going to say the community being Moon Point, is it in Moon Point's interest for this site special amendment? It can't be arbitrary or random, and notwithstanding the desire of one landowner to rent his unit out when he's not there, that's not what I would submit as a legitimate reason. That's not in the community interest. That's in the individual's interest. The second question you have to ask is, if we do this, will it enhance the community? Will it enhance living on Moon Point or not? The answer, as you've heard from many people, is no. It doesn't enhance community living, at all. In fact, what you've heard from members of that community is that it's detrimental to their, what's called their enjoyment of the property. And as I'm sure, having gone through 8 years of back and forth on this zoning issue and short-term rentals, and I can tell you, I didn't have one of those signs up that said short-term renters aren't welcome here and hotels are not home, because my view was until there was a determination, everybody has a right to not disturb anybody else and should have a right to use their property. But now we have a bylaw that's coming into force, and now we have somebody who wants to, in fact, move outside of what that bylaw says. So the question is it detrimental to the community? I would suggest to you that it is. People living on the street who are fearful, who weren't fearful before, and not because of anything Mr. Suckman has done or the landowner, but people who are renting, there's obviously a tension there. Can it be avoided? Yes. How is it avoided? By not granting the site special amendment. Another question I think you should ask, is there a necessity for the exemption? Let me give you an example. If somebody needed to have an amendment to a bylaw because they had to build a house differently because there was a disability and they had to do that, one can understand the reason that you need an exemption from the bylaw, why you would pass a site-specific bylaw. This is not that instance at all. Would the amendment make life better for the people in the community without, if you do this, if you grant this site-specific amendment, will it enhance, can you do it without affecting the other members of the community? The short answer is, as we've heard, the answer is no. There's a problem that's inherent in this. So why, I would suggest, is the amendment being considered? The purpose of the special amendment should not be to take into consideration the desire of one individual for what I would suggest to you, having heard Mr. Suckman's eloquent submissions to you, is really a commercial purpose. I have no doubt that he has a lengthy lease terms that he has his tenants, that they have their tenants sign. That sounds to me like an arrangement that one enters into when they have a commercial arrangement. He's told you that he's increased the septic system in contemplation of more people being on site rather than just his family. He told you that the cottage was a secondary use, that he lives in the city and he comes to the cottage, as do I. What he's proposing is not a secondary use, it's a third use. It's using it not for his own purpose as a secondary site, but rather for a business purpose, and he confirmed it's to generate income when he's not there. And if that's the case, then we should all be doing that. But that's not where we are at this point in time in Oro-Medonte based on the bylaws that we currently have. And that's the reality of what we're dealing with right now. Another concern that I think you should ask yourselves is, and this is a very practical issue, will such a site-specific amendment enhance or detrimentally affect the value of the properties surrounding that specific property? I would suggest to you that if one has a property that can generate income and has a specific bylaw that allows them to do that, that will greatly enhance the value of that property, because somebody who looks to purchase that property, whenever that is, will look at this as a revenue generating property. They will look at it differently, not as a place to bring up a family, not as a place, but rather as a place that you look at for return on investment. And if it's, and again, Mr. Suckman indicated it's rented out for 5 or 10 nights at a time. I'm sure that you've all heard through the years of going back and forth with short-term rentals, it's significant revenue that can be generated. So it enhances the value of that property. I would also suggest to you that it is detrimental to the adjoining properties or those in the neighborhood. Someone who is moving next door or down the street or in close proximity to somebody who has this site special amendment may be reluctant to pay full price for a property like that. Why would they? If they've had bad experiences. So at the end of the day, I think this council has to look at this holistically, not whether there's a reason, there are good reasons for a specific landowner to get an amendment to the bylaw, or get a site-specific amendment bylaw, so he or she can rent the unit as they see fit for whatever purpose, if it's to increase income, to cover expenses for whatever purpose. Or do you look at it and say, overall, when I'm looking at the community, when I'm looking at Moon Point Drive, when I'm listening to the various people who've come up and spoken to you about their life on Moon Point Road, is it in the interest of the Moon Point community to allow the site special amendment? And in my respectful submission, Mr. Mayor and Council, the answer to that should be no. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wise. So, I thought maybe you wanted to speak again. No, okay, no. Okay. So, just I want to make one thing, Madam Clerk. We've covered all the people that had registered to speak now.
That is correct, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor.
So I'll now.
We do have some other people.
Yeah,
who
we
would
have
like-
other people,
Yep.
so we're going to
Okay.
open this up now to everyone that's in chamber. So, Ms. McConnell, do you want to speak? Come to the microphone, state your name, and then the gentleman in the back row in the blue shirt will be next. So,
Lillian McConnell, 34 Maplewood Parkway. I didn't come prepared to speak tonight, but a couple of points have been missed, I think. And this, I could say I'm talking to Mr. Suitman's property or 1165 or Bass Lake. Or I could also be speaking about the potential of more short-term rentals, like on my particular road, where there are 3 possibilities. What happens when a council sets a precedent? You have opened up Pandora's box. The floodgate will open. Part of the reason that council was struggling so badly was the cost of always going to the OLT. That cost will grow exponentially, because not only will you be taken to the OLT by those people coming forward asking for applications that you may turn down, you will also be taken to a different type of court, because there are going to be people who are going to be asking to have a short-term rental who aren't necessarily, this Canada may not be their country of origin. So you have another component that you, as a council, have to look at. So I'm asking council to take a step back. Staff, I respect the work you do. I've been a counselor and I know how hard it is. But the bottom line, you're an employee of the township. The people at the front are elected representatives of the people of the township. So you're coming at things from a different, you're probably coming at it from a monetary. I'm asking the council to come at it from a different perspective. So not only are you going to be going to court for 1 or 2 different reasons. So that's my first point. And if I make a quick one, when you had the meeting at the arena, we felt this problem was laid to rest. I was shocked, absolutely shocked, when I saw that there were 10 applications that were up for consideration. I thought this had been put to bed. You had a perfect program set up, monitoring it, penalties. Everybody kind of breathed a sigh of relief. Now we're looking at it and saying, 10 properties now in this region? Oh, guess what? These people would like to make it a secondary use, when in fact we know it's a moneymaker. So I wish, if I had my wish, that we would go back to the program that you had so carefully outlined last year and do that program rather than opening up our township to one application after another, one lawsuit after another, one OLT meeting after another. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. McConnell. Okay, the gentleman in the back, sorry, the deputy mayor had a question.
Yeah, I just want to make the comment that I object to the comment about not this country of origin. I don't think any of us here from this country of origin. I don't think it's an appropriate comment, and I will just make that comment.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, yes, just briefly, please. And
the reason I made that comment was not to be divisive in any way. But right here in this council chamber, I think a lot of people remember we had a lady who is a short-term rental, an illegal short-term rental operator, stand up and say that she was being discriminated against because she was a visible minority. I brought that up not to cause tension within this room, or I have people in my family from everywhere. It is to stress that you're going to have people use different arguments.
yes, and I know, and I think people get the gist of this, Ms.
Okay.
McConnell, but here's what I'm going to say, and this is what I want people to focus back on. We're here to deal with the application of 247 Moon Point. And I'm going to ask that people try to, let's reel things back in and focus on this property's application and not worry about deviating outside, because we're getting ourselves into side discussions that aren't relevant to this property at this time. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
No.
I didn't mean to take you
Yeah.
off track. Okay.
No, it's totally fine, but I just, if we can keep our comments focused on the property application that's before us and the reasons why it is not being supported or is appropriate.
I'm still Excuse me.
No, we still have quorum, so we're going to continue.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Greenlaw, council, staff, and neighbors. I'm going to speak for about 30 or 40 seconds and then sit down.
And sorry, your name?
I'm sorry, my name is Jim McMahon, and this is Donna Galland. We live at 251 Moon Point Drive, right next to Barry Suitman.
Okay.
I will comment on that in just a second. I do not want loud noise, profanity, keeping kept up awake when I'm sleeping at night. I don't want any of those problems. The way the system works now, it happens. I wouldn't call it broken, but it doesn't work. It's not effective. And it comes from misunderstanding of law or how to use it, how to use the police, how to set up a system where these problems don't arise, and then you have to deal with them over hours and losing sleep, et cetera, for a prolonged period of time. A system, so my purpose here is to enter into the record this proposal on a system that will preempt, practically, all the problems. It deals with a lot of factors of emotion, understanding the law, people's values, and I so want to submit it officially into the record. I've sent emailed a copy to the mayor, the clerk, and the planning council, the planning department rather, at 6:20 this afternoon. And last comment about Barry Suitman. We are the nice people that live right next door, and I can speak with absolute certainty and integrity that for the last 8 years, there's been an awful lot of tenants come through, and they have all been polite, quiet, and respectful. The point I'm saying that is that I think Barry Suitman is an exception. I don't trust the other STR owners to do half the job he does. And that's why the present system isn't working, but what suggestions in here can make it work. So I submitted.
Okay,
Thanks
thank you very much.
Oh, I'd like to work with Mr. Vanderkerk.
Mr. Vanderbont, yeah,
He's done an excellent job of analysis, as you were telling me, and I think we can work together.
thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else who is wanting to speak to 247 Moon Point? Seeing none at this time, then I will ask Mr.
Can I speak on behalf of my husband? He has a brain injury, and that's why I was down twice.
Okay, do you have something prepared in writing from him that you're going to?
Yeah, I do, but I didn't read it.
Okay.
I wasn't sure.
So for the record, you're speaking on behalf of Bill Kirk?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
See, so just announce that you're Liz Kirk speaking on behalf.
And I'm speaking on behalf of my husband, Bill Kirk. And we're at 171 Moon Point Drive. I think I'm right here. Sorry. Just a couple things. First of all, we've been on the street since the year 2000. We have now incurred this short-term rental in the area that obviously the street's not very happy with. It is rented almost every weekend, and the people come in and out on Friday and leave on Sunday. Unfortunately, it's usually rented for a weekend, and it's almost the whole year. Is it disruptive? Not usually, but you have to understand, people don't understand from Toronto that it does travel, the sound on a lake. Any of us travel when we're on a lake, you know our voices. So it does disrupt people in the community, and they have spoken about that. As a result, we find that even the other day, I was walking with two women on the street, and I came home to tell my husband, and that's why he wanted it in here, is that we had to jump off the road because a car almost hit us, speeding down Moon Point, which is a very small street. As we turned the corner and came around, where was it? At the short-term rental, at 247 Moon Point. So we did go up, and one of us did speak to the person that was in the driveway that came speeding down the street, that you can't do that. This is a residential area. People don't understand. They've come here, they've paid a lot of money for rent, and they feel that they should have the right to do what they want. So unfortunately, it doesn't quite work that way, and short-term rental does not really work in our neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kirk. Any other people that want to speak to 247? I'm seeing none, then I'll ask Mr. Karaskakis, have we received any other information regarding property 247 Moon Point Road during the meeting?
Correspondence received at 6:23 today from Jim McMahon. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Are there any final comments from council or staff? We're just, Deputy Mayor, we're just calling any final comments from council or staff, none. Ms. Wells? Madam Clerk?
You're still receiving?
Mayor Greenlaw, I can answer that question. Thank you. We will be receiving comments leading up to roughly Tuesday, I believe it's 4 p.m. to receive comments as they come in. However, in order for those comments to be included into that June 24th report, we do need those before that time frame, but that is the absolute cutoff. The reason for that is because it takes time to prepare the information report that is going to compile all of the comments received through the public process. So even if comments are provided, we still will have them as part of the record. We can still consider them, but as part of that report, that.
No. So I guess just because you're either, can you come to the mic? So if you're going to, because I can't have conversations going on in the back. I guess for clarity for Mrs. Wells, I think what, excuse me, just I'm trying to clear this up for you. What she's asking is, when do they have to submit it? So it'll have to be the Tuesday, the week prior to
the 15th of June.
Mayor Greenlaw, if I may.
Yeah.
So the meeting tonight, the public meeting tonight was the opportunity for residents to submit comments as part of the statutory process related to this process. The report that staff will be bringing forward on June 24th will be a compilation of all the comments received leading up to this meeting point and during this meeting. That doesn't mean that residents can cease to submit comments, but for the purposes of this statutory public meeting, this is the avenue to receive the comments so that it can form part of that report that goes to the June 24th council meeting.
So if you submit something tomorrow morning, it wouldn't get in the report?
I would say, through you, Mayor Greenlaw, I would say that the information would be considered, but it wouldn't necessarily form part of that report because it's coming in outside of the public meeting process. So it would still form part of the record, but it's just for the compilation of these reports and the comments. Planning staff has to compile everything, package it up, and it's just impossible for staff to do that if there's ongoing streams of comments being submitted as part of a follow-up to the process.
No, I just wondered if certain people who talked tonight who didn't have written comments wanted to write about what they said tonight and get it in so that it could be part of the report.
Whatever they said tonight is on the public record, so it will be part of the report that they'll take into consideration. Unfortunately, we have to set timelines for things to be submitted or we'd never get a report out, okay? Sorry. Yes, Mr. Spagnol, then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Greenland. Just as follow-up, and I think the other important note is that there is any additional information that's submitted related to the matter can be addressed to council as a whole. That will be sent over to council, and council will review it as well. So even though if it is not picked up in the report, there's still the opportunity to continue to vet that information through to council for consideration. So that is another option outside of this public meeting process.
Because at the end of the day, it's council that votes on this matter in each of these applications, and everything that is submitted to council, we will review up to the day before that meeting. But the sooner the better, so we don't get 50 submissions the day before the 24th, and you know, some of us, I don't read as fast as some, so anyway. Okay, thank you. And thank you for the clarification, Mr. Spagnol. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd just like to apologize to my colleagues, to the staff, and to the members who have come here today to express their very deep concerns. This does not in any way mean that I consent either to the comment or to the rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So council has nothing else to add. So this completes the application process and closes this meeting. Council wishes to thank all those in attendance for participation through either your submissions or written comments or oral comments during the meeting. All comments received will be considered by staff, and a follow-up information report will come forward to council on June 24th, 2026. It's anticipated that this decision will be made at the July 15th council meeting, and a copy of the decision will be mailed to everyone who has submitted to written comments or signed the notice decision sheet located. And it's not inside the doors, it's outside the doors in the hallway. In regards to this application, I respectfully ask that attendees for this public meeting, vacate you don't have to leave right away, but because this is from the prior sessions and we were trying to file things through. I want to thank everyone for coming, and I really do want to thank everybody for maintaining decorum as best as possible. This is a passionate and heated discussion that has taken place for basically a decade now, and we do want to find resolution. But if I could just ask Brent Spagnol if you could just give a summary of next steps and what to expect, the process, how it will continue.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. The next steps after this meeting is as it's noted in the presentation and also included in the information report forming this agenda. Staff will take all the comments that have been provided for us through the statutory public meeting. That includes comments received through this process and through this meeting, written comments. We'll be preparing an information report that documents the comments, outlines the purpose of the meeting, and provides those comments in attachment to the report. That would form the part of the public record related to this public meeting. The next step from there would be to move forward, and staff would have to move through the process of doing a planning analysis of the properties based on all the comments, based on the official plan policies, and the ability of those policies, these applications to meet those policies in the official plan. At that point, that would be there would be a recommendation report that would come forward for council's consideration, and council would consider whether or not to either approve, refuse the applications. The dates that have been specified in the information report, June 24th has been raised a few times during the meeting, and then the date that's been planned for is July 15th, possibly for the consideration of a recommendation report.
It's just testing to see if you could read lips, but obviously no one paid attention. So, Matt, you have one more comment, Mr. Spagnol?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I think the other point as well is there was a number of considerations that were raised related to nuisances and things of that nature, and the consideration of licensing will also be on the horizon in the next little bit as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so Madam Clerk, may we have a draft motion for the confirmation bylaw, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2026-065, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special council meeting held on Thursday, June 11th, 2026, be passed in open council on the 11th day of June, 2026.
Okay, call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? There's none opposed. That carries. And may we have a motion to adjourn, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 8:40 p.m.
Okay. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you, everybody, for coming out and sharing your comments.